It was past midnight when I pulled onto the highway, the kind of hour where the world feels like it's holding its breath. I remember looking at the dashboard clock as I started my shift. 12:07 a.m. I've been on patrol for a few months now, mostly late nights, mostly empty roads. But tonight felt different. The silence was heavier. It wasn't just quiet. It was like someone had pressed a mute button on everything that usually existed beyond my headlights. I eased a patrol car along the asphalt, the tires humming against the concrete. The orange glow of my headlights cut a neat path through the darkness. But everything beyond that slice of light was an inky black that seemed almost alive. The wind whispered against the car, soft enough to ignore if I tried, but I couldn't shake the feeling it was carrying something with it. Something patient, waiting. I passed the usual landmarks. The old gas station on the right, boarded up years ago but still standing, like a forgotten relic. The forest on either side of the road seemed denser than usual. The trees' shadows leaning toward the road like they were trying to get a better look at me. I turned on the siren's low hum for a moment, just to break the stillness. But even that sounded hollow, as if the sound was bouncing around an empty world. I glanced in the rear-view mirror. Nothing, just the reflection of the empty road stretching behind me. Normally, I'd see at least a car or a truck somewhere. Someone else awake in the dead of night. But tonight, it was all vacant. That should have felt peaceful, but it didn't. It felt wrong. Memories of other night shifts crept in, the ones where something seemed slightly off, and I'd laugh it off in the morning. A shadow in the trees. A pair of headlights that disappeared before I could catch them. A car parked at the side of the road with no one inside. I'd always told myself I was imagining things, that the isolation played tricks on my mind. But tonight, there was no comfort in that thought. Tonight, the silence had weight. I passed the mile marker signs, counting them quietly to keep myself from spiraling into too much awareness. Mile 43, 44, 45. I kept my hand near the radio, running my fingers over the buttons, as if touching them would remind me that I wasn't alone. Dispatch was quiet too, just the low hum of the line, the occasional crackle that always seemed louder than it should. I didn't call in anything. There was nothing to report, except the oppressive emptiness pressing against the car windows. My headlights caught something up ahead. At first, I thought it was a deer, maybe a coyote, something common enough to justify the momentary spike of adrenaline. But as I got closer, I realized it wasn't moving like any animal I knew. It was standing on the shoulder of the road, tall and still, completely still, just a dark figure outlined against the dim glow of the street markers. I slowed the car instinctively, heart thumping in that predictable, almost childish way. I called to my location to dispatch anyway, my voice sounding foreign to my own ears. Unit 31, mile 46, en routine. No activity. I tried to keep my tone steady, but even I could hear the hesitation. The figure didn't move. It didn't step forward or back. It just existed. I blinked, hoping it would be gone when I looked again, but it was still there, just a shadow on the side of the highway, absorbing the light from my car rather than reflecting it. I passed it slowly, trying not to stare. My hand gripped the wheel a little tighter. By the time I was even with it, my headlights illuminated a dark jacket, maybe jeans, but the details blurred like the darkness didn't want me to see clearly. I glanced in the rear-view mirror, half expecting to see it there, but nothing. It was like the figure never existed, and yet the tension in my chest said otherwise. I continued driving, telling myself it was a late-night wanderer, someone too tired to care about the rules. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that simple. There was a weight to the air tonight, a heaviness that made my car feel smaller, like I was carrying the world's attention on my shoulders. The road stretched ahead, empty and straight. There were no signs of life, no flickering lights in the distance, no other cars. My headlights reflected off the paint of the asphalt, long, lonely lines that disappeared into the darkness. Every so often, I caught glimpses of movement in the tree line, leaves rustling in the wind. I told myself, maybe a deer. But each time, the shape seemed almost deliberate, like they were shifting to watch me pass. I remember the first night I'd ever been on patrol alone. I'd been nervous then, certain I'd hear something I wasn't ready for. But the emptiness had been comforting in a strange way. Now it was suffocating. The more I drove, the more the darkness seemed to press inward, filling the car with something that wasn't air. My thoughts kept drifting, remembering old accidents, old calls, old lives interrupted by sudden, inexplicable events. Those memories usually faded into routine as I focused on the road, but tonight they felt alive again, creeping into every corner of my mind. I passed a broken-down billboard advertising a motel that had long since closed. The light from the highway reflected off the metal supports, making them gleam faintly like bones. I imagined standing under it, looking up, feeling the weight of all the empty nights that had passed here. The thought made my stomach twist. I shook it off. Focus on the road. Focus on your job. The radio crackled again, static filling the silence for a moment longer than usual. I frowned, reaching for the volume dial, but it cut off as quickly as it came. The sound lingered in my head, like an echo bouncing endlessly off the asphalt. It reminded me of those stories older officers would tell about strange transmissions, voices in the static, things they couldn't explain. I laughed quietly, the sound hollow, old stories to scare rookies. That's all. And yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that tonight I wasn't alone in the silence. The emptiness of the highway wasn't just quiet. It was watching. It had presence. It made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up and my hands twitch involuntarily. I told myself it was imagination, a trick of exhaustion. But then a movement at the edge of my headlights caught my eye, just barely, a flicker in the tree lean. Nothing solid, nothing I could identify, but enough to make me tense, enough to make me grip the wheel as if that alone could anchor me to reality. Minutes passed. I didn't dare glance behind me again. The highway was a ribbon of black and gold, stretching endlessly into night. I kept counting mile markers, kept calling in my routine checks, trying to keep my mind tethered to something real. 47, 48, 49, each number a small reassurance that time was still moving, that the world still existed beyond this oppressive silence. The headlights caught a road sign ahead, a warning for a sharp curve. My pulse jumped, a reflex from years of training. I slowed the car, taking the turn carefully, and then, for a moment, just a heartbeat, I thought I saw it. Another figure standing in the middle of the curve. I blinked and it was gone. Nothing, just the road. My heart raced as I forced myself to keep driving. I tried to convince myself it was fatigue, shadows, a trick of the light. I didn't stop for the next 10 miles. The silence pressed in, unbroken except for hum of the engine and the occasional whisper of wind. Every now and then, I'd catch movement at the corner of my eyes, shadows stretching where they shouldn't, shapes flickering between trees. I didn't dare investigate. I didn't want to. I just kept driving, hoping to reach the next town, the next sign of life, the next radio crackle that would remind me I wasn't alone. By the time I reached the overpass, the first signs of morning were just beginning to scrape the sky. Gray light, weak and tentative, but still enough to relieve some of the weight pressing down on me. The emptiness didn't feel as alive now, but the memory of it lingered, coiling in my chest like smoke. I parked at the rest stop under the overpass, took a deep breath, and reminded myself that this was just another night shift, that it was over, that nothing had really happened. But even as I reached for the coffee, even as I told myself I was imagining things, I could feel it. Something in the shadows had watched me, waited for me, and I knew, somewhere deep down, that it wouldn't stop. I leaned back in my seat, letting the first hints of daylight wash over the highway, and I realized that the emptiness wasn't just outside. It was inside me now, too, and I was certain it wasn't going anywhere. I hadn't been on the road long when I first saw it, or maybe I had been on it too long, and my mind was starting to play tricks. It was hard to tell, that hour when everything stretches and warps in the darkness. I was driving along a straight stretch of highway, the yellow line cutting to the black like a lifeline, when I noticed a figure standing on the shoulder. At first, I thought it was a hitchhiker, or someone who had broken down. But even in the low glow of my headlights, the figure didn't move, didn't wave, didn't even seem to breathe. I slowed down, instinctively, my pulse picking up, Unit 31, mile 49. I called in, my voice steady even though my stomach had started nodding. Nothing unusual. I didn't mention the figure. I didn't want to sound ridiculous over the radio, but my eyes stayed fixed on it. A man? A woman? I couldn't tell. The headlights revealed nothing more than the vague outline of a person, dark clothing, still as a statue. I eased closer. Normally, if someone's standing on the shoulder this late at night, they step aside. They move towards safety. But this one didn't. Not at all. It just stayed there, facing the road, like it had nowhere else to be but exactly where I was passing. I gripped the wheel tighter. I remember feeling the tremor in my hands, a mix of adrenaline and something older, something I couldn't quite name. My training told me to be calm, to observe, to assess, but the primal part of my brain was already firing alarms. Something was off. The radio crackled with static again, faint whispers buried in the background. I shook my head. "You're imagining things," I muttered under my breath, but I could hear the tension in my own voice. My car passed a figure, and I thought for a second that maybe it would finally step away, fade into the shadows like anyone else would, but it didn't. I glanced in the rear view mirror, hoping to see it move, to see that it wasn't just frozen in place. And that's when I felt it, the unmistakable pressure, like the figure was aware of me, aware that I was watching, aware in a way that went beyond any human understanding. I swear, for a heartbeat, I thought I saw it turn its head, not in a normal way, but with a slow, deliberate motion, as if it knew I was scrutinizing every inch of it. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was someone lost, someone drunk or confused. Maybe it was a trick of the headlights, a shadow thrown oddly across the asphalt. But my gut said otherwise. My gut said that something about it was fundamentally wrong, and that wrongness reached out like a chill across my chest. I slowed even more, keeping the car about 20 feet from the figure. My mind ran through all the scenarios I've been trained for. Approach carefully, call for backup if necessary, don't get too close. But none of that prepared me for the emptiness in its presence. It wasn't threatening in the way people usually are. It was something colder, absorbing, quiet in a way that felt suffocating. I tried speaking, more to convince myself than anything. "Hey, you okay?" My voice sounded small against the night. No response, not even a twitch, just that unnerving stillness. I remembered my first solo patrol. I had felt something similar then, a momentary ripple of awareness that maybe I wasn't alone on the road. Back then, it had been a stray dog or some pranksters in the distance. I'd laughed at my own nerves. Tonight, though, I couldn't laugh. Not at all. This wasn't a prank. This wasn't imagination. I eased the car closer, try and get a better look. The closer I got, the more details should have become visible, but there weren't any, just a silhouette darker than the shadows themselves. I tried squinting, tried adjusting the lights, even flicking the high beams briefly, but the figure didn't respond. It didn't reflect light, didn't seem to exist in the same way I did. My heartbeat was loud in my ears now, the kind of pulse that makes your vision narrow, makes the world feel like it's pressing in from all sides. I reminded myself to breathe. Long, slow breaths. Count to 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. The mantra didn't help much. The figure stayed, unmoving, patient, watching, waiting. I thought about my family then. My sister, asleep in her room, safe in a house full of locks and walls. My parents, somewhere warm, unaware of the strange things lurking in the dead hours of the highway. I want to call someone, anyone, but there was no point. The radio was useless. No one was going to come for me. Not yet, and maybe no one could. By now, I was driving at a crawl. Every instinct in my body screamed to leave, but something, maybe pride, maybe fear of ridicule, made me stay. I couldn't just drive past it and pretend I hadn't seen. That's not who I am. Not on patrol. Not when I swore an oath to watch over the road. Even when the road seemed to be watching me back. Then it happened. A movement. Or maybe just a trick of my eyes. I swear, the figure leaned slightly toward the road, almost imperceptibly. My stomach lurched. I slammed the brakes lightly, just enough to jolt the car, but not enough to skid. It didn't respond further. Or maybe it did, in a way I couldn't quite register. I felt sweat bead on the back of my neck. The radio crackled again, louder this time, like static gnawed at the edges of sanity. A faint whisper, so low I could barely hear it, but it made me flinch. Something inside me recognized it, though I couldn't place why. A word, a name, a warning. My mind recoiled from the sound, trying to dismiss it as interference, as the product of an exhausted brain. But I could feel it pressing against me, insistent. I eased the car forward again, slowly, every movement measured. The figure didn't flinch, didn't react. I thought about turning the car around, calling for backup, anything to remove myself from this impossible scenario, but even that decision felt heavy, like the road itself was bending me toward confrontation, like leaving would somehow make the wrongness follow me home. I remember the headlights catching a glimpse of its face, or what I thought might be a face. There were no features, nothing to identify it as human, just a void blacker than the night surrounding it. And yet I felt eyes. I felt recognition. I felt understanding, like it was studying me as much as I was studying it. My mind flashed all the things I'd read about, the stories older officers told in whispers. Travelers who disappeared, cars found abandoned with no signs of life, shadows that moved with intent. I'd laughed at those tales in the briefing room, chalked them up to boredom and imagination. But now, confronted by this impossibility, I understood. I felt the seed of fear, planted deep and growing fast, curling around my spine and squeezing. I passed it slowly. Inches separated us. I tried to focus on the road ahead, on the faint glow of distant streetlights, anything to anchor myself, but the pressure didn't leave. The car felt smaller, the night more suffocating, as if the air itself had thickened. I wanted to speak, to reassure myself, to assert my presence. "It's okay," I whispered, though my voice sounded absurd in the darkness. And then, as quickly as I had noticed it, it was gone. 1 second. The figure stood there, patient, absorbing the light and the air. The next, it vanished. I swore I saw nothing. No shadow retreating, no movement, nothing but the empty shoulder and the whisper of the wind. My chest heaved, my pulse still hammering like a warning drum. I drove on, faster now, gripping the wheel as if it could keep the darkness at bay. But even as the lights of the next exit appeared faintly in the distance, I knew it hadn't left. Something about that encounter had lodged itself inside me. Something that would follow me long after the highway returned to normal. Long after the shift ended. Long after I told myself it had been nothing. Even now, I can feel it. The weight of those impossible eyes. The memory of the stillness that was not still. And I know, deep down, that when I return to that stretch of highway, it will be waiting. Even as I drove past where the figure had been, my hands still trembled. I told myself it was gone, that it had only been a shadow, a trick of the headlights, a fragment of fatigue creeping into my mind. But the rational part of me, the part trained for years on the road, didn't feel convinced. It had felt deliberate, intentional, as though the highway itself had placed something in my path to test me. I slowed the patrol car near the shoulder where I'd seen the figure. My fingers hovered over the siren switch, half expecting that making a sound would scatter whatever it was, or at least reassure me that I wasn't alone. The night was quiet again, deceptively quiet. The trees lining the road whispered against each other with the wind, but there was no movement where the figure had stood, no sign it had ever existed at all. I hesitated. Part of me wanted to get out, to walk to the spot and check for footprints or signs of life. Another part of me screamed to leave, to keep driving until the emptiness of the road swallowed me completely. But curiosity, or maybe stubbornness, won out. I shifted the car into park and stepped out. The cold night air hit me immediately, sharper than I expected, and I wrapped my jacket tighter around my shoulders. I scanned the shoulder, the ditch, the faint outlines of the trees. Nothing. The darkness seemed solid, as if it absorbed the figure, leaving no trace behind. I crouched slightly, eyes straining to catch even a shimmer of movement. My radio crackled once, static slicing through the silence, and I jumped, my own voice caught in my throat. "Just me." I whispered to no one, hoping it was enough to ground me. I circled the area slowly, boots crunching on the gravel, heartbeat echoing loudly in my ears. There was no sign of footprints, no evidence that anyone had stood there, not even the hint of a shadow that didn't belong. I remembered all the training, all the years spent learning to assess a scene. This was impossible, yet my chest remained tight, my nerves frayed, as though the air itself was warning me not to linger. I stepped back to the car, trying to shake off the sense of wrongness. "You're seeing things," I muttered again, louder this time. I almost laughed, but the sound caught somewhere in my throat. The night seemed to swallow a whole, leaving only the faint hum of a patrol car engine and the distant rustle of leaves. I sat back down in the driver's seat, hands gripping the wheel, and stared ahead. And then I saw it again, or thought I did, a fleeting shape at the edge of the headlights. Just for a fraction of a second, my eyes widened. I blinked, rubbed them, and it was gone. Nothing. Just the empty road stretching endlessly. I cursed under my breath. Fatigue. Nothing more. That's what it had to be. My mind was playing tricks on me. The endless night, the isolation, the monotony of the road, all combining into hallucinations that made the dark feel alive. I forced myself to start the car, easing back onto the highway. Every instinct told me to drive faster, to put distance between me and that spot. But I couldn't shake the image from my mind. There had been something there. Something with presence. Something that wasn't human. Or at least not like any human I'd ever seen. And it hadn't moved. Not when I approached. Not when I shone the high beams on it. It had just waited. The silence returned, heavier than before. My headlights cut a path through the black, but the trees and the shadows seemed to lean closer, crowding me. I glanced in the rear view mirror again. The shoulder where I had seen the figure was empty, absolutely empty. My mind wanted to accept it, to relax, but the tension in my chest refused to ease. My thoughts began spinning in circles, memories of every strange, unexplainable thing I'd witnessed in years of night shifts flooding back. I remembered a call I'd responded to months ago. A car abandoned in the woods with no one inside, doors locked, engine running. I had found nothing, and yet I could still recall the eerie certainty I'd felt that night, as if the woods had been waiting, patient, watching. The memory now mingled with the present, making me question what was real and what my mind conjured to fill the empty spaces. I told myself I needed to move on, keep patrolling, keep checking in with dispatch, keep looking for signs of life that made sense. And yet, a tiny, insistent part of me couldn't stop glancing at the shoulder, half expecting the figure to reappear, waiting for me again. I drove on, eyes darting, every reflective road sign, every distant shadow, every flicker of light from the tree line made me tense. My stomach twisted with each imagined movement, and somewhere in the back of my mind, the fear was growing, not loud or urgent, but steady creeping, like water slowly seeping through a crack in a wall. It was a quiet, patient terror that made my hands ache on the wheel and my neck stiff from vigilance. The further I drove, the more I began doubting myself. Was it real? Had I imagined the figure entirely? My mind churned through every rational explanation. A stranger standing in the dark, someone hitchhiking late at night, a trick of the headlights, fatigue, stress, shadows moving in the wind. Each one felt insufficient. None of them explained the weight I had felt, the silent awareness, the almost impossible stillness. I passed the next mile marker and felt a momentary relief. Maybe I had left it behind. Maybe the road had swallowed it. But the unease didn't leave. It clung to me, a shadow I couldn't shake. My radio crackled again, faint static, and I jumped, flinching like a rookie. I cursed under my breath. This night had nothing to teach me. Nothing good. And yet it was teaching me anyway. About patience. About fear. About being alone. I tried to distract myself with routine. Checking my mirrors. Watching the road ahead. Noting mile markers. Thinking of the next call I might respond to. I kept scanning. But every time I thought I saw something, it would vanish before I could fully process it. The emptiness of the highway was no longer peaceful. It was oppressive, watching, waiting. I remember my father once telling me that the night has a way of changing a person. That darkness isn't just the absence of light, but a presence in itself. I had scoffed at him then, thinking it was superstition. But now, in the quiet stretch of asphalt and shadows, I understood. There was a presence, patient, silent, and I had brushed against it. I drove for miles, my pulse settling but the tension never leaving. Each time I blinked, I half expected the figure to reappear on the shoulder, just far enough ahead that I'd never reach it. Each mile felt like a test. Each shadow seemed to lean closer, as though curious about my reaction. By the time I reached the next rest stop, I was exhausted in a way that had nothing to do with driving. My muscles ached from tension, my stomach churned from adrenaline, and my mind spun with doubts. I told myself it had to be nothing. My eyes were playing tricks, my brain filling in gaps in the darkness. And yet, even as I parked and turned off the car, I couldn't shake the certainty that what I had seen, if that's what it had been, was waiting somewhere out there, patient, still, and entirely aware of me. I sipped at the lukewarm coffee I kept in the patrol car, staring out at the road ahead. The night had a strange way of stretching time, and I felt every second of it, every minute bleeding into the next. My thoughts drifted to the figure, to the impossible stillness, to the way it hadn't moved, hadn't responded, hadn't even needed to. That was what terrified me the most. Not that it could harm me, not that it could chase me, but that it existed beyond the rules of reality, that it was patient, that it had no need to do anything at all. Eventually, I forced myself to start the car again, driving on in silence, the highway stretching endlessly before me. I kept glancing at the shoulder, half expecting to see it, and half dreading what I might find. And in that dread, I realized that the road had changed. It wasn't just a stretch of asphalt under the night sky anymore. It was a place that remembered, that waited, that held fragments of something that didn't belong. Even now, I remember it vividly. The impossible stillness, the patient presence, the way it vanished as if it had never been. But the memory lingers, curling in my chest, whispering in the spaces between thoughts. And I know with a certainty that chills me even as I speak, that wherever I go on these night shifts, that highway, that shadow, and that vanishing figure will always be there, just at the edge of perception, waiting to remind me that emptiness is never truly empty. Even as I drove past where the figure had been, my hands still trembled. I told myself it was gone, that it had only been a shadow, a trick of the headlights, a fragment of fatigue creeping into my mind. But the rational part of me, the part trained for years on the road, didn't feel convinced. It had felt deliberate, intentional, as though the highway itself had placed something in my path to test me. I slowed the patrol car near the shoulder where I'd seen the figure. My fingers hovered over the siren switch, half expecting that making a sound would scatter whatever it was, or at least reassure me that I wasn't alone. The night was quiet again, deceptively quiet. The trees lining the road whispered against each other with the wind, but there was no movement where the figure had stood, no sign it had ever existed at all. I hesitated. Part of me wanted to get out, to walk to the spot and check for footprints or signs of life. Another part of me screamed to leave, to keep driving until the emptiness of the road swallowed me completely. But curiosity, or maybe stubbornness, won out. I shifted the car into park and stepped out. The cold night air hit me immediately, sharper than I expected, and I wrapped my jacket tighter around my shoulders. I scanned the shoulder, the ditch, the faint outlines of the trees. Nothing. The darkness seemed solid, as if it had absorbed the figure, leaving no trace behind. I crouched slightly, eyes straining to catch even a shimmer of movement. My radio crackled once, static slicing through the silence, and I jumped, my own voice caught in my throat. "Just me," I whispered to no one, hoping it was enough to ground me. I circled the area slowly, boots crunching on the gravel, heartbeat echoing loudly in my ears. There was no sign of footprints, no evidence that anyone had stood there, not even the hint of a shadow that didn't belong. I remembered all the training, all the years spent learning to assess a scene. This was impossible, yet my chest remained tight, my nerves frayed, as though the air itself was warning me not to linger. I stepped back to the car, trying to shake off the sense of wrongness. "You're seeing things," I muttered again, louder this time. I almost laughed, but the sound caught somewhere in my throat. The night seemed to swallow a whole, leaving only the faint hum of the patrol car engine and the distant rustle of leaves. I sat back down in the driver's seat, hands gripping the wheel, and stared ahead. And then I saw it again, or thought I did, a fleeting shape at the edge of the headlights. Just for a fraction of a second, my eyes widened. I blinked, rubbed them, and it was gone. Nothing, just the empty road stretching endlessly. I cursed under my breath. Fatigue. Nothing more. That's what it had to be. My mind was playing tricks on me. The endless night, the isolation, the monotony of the road, all combining into hallucinations that made the dark feel alive. I forced myself to start the car, easing back on the highway. Every instinct told me to drive faster, to put distance between me and that spot, but I couldn't shake the image from my mind. There had been something there, something with presence, something that wasn't human, or at least not like any human I'd ever seen. And it hadn't moved, not when I approached, not when I shone the high beams on it. It had just waited. The silence returned, heavier than before. My headlights cut a path through the black, but the trees and the shadows seemed to lean closer, crowding me. I glanced in the rear-view mirror again. The shoulder where I had seen the figure was empty, absolutely empty. My mind wanted to accept it, to relax, but the tension in my chest refused to ease. My thoughts began spinning in circles, memories of every strange, unexplainable thing I'd witnessed in years of night shifts flooding back. I remembered a call I'd responded to months ago. A car abandoned in the woods with no one inside, doors locked, engine running. I had found nothing, and yet I could still recall the eerie certainty I'd felt that night, as if the woods had been waiting, patient, watching. The memory now mingled with the present, making me question what was real and what my mind conjured to fill the empty spaces. I told myself I needed to move on, keep patrolling, keep checking in with dispatch, keep looking for signs of life that made sense. And yet, a tiny, insistent part of me couldn't stop glancing at the shoulder, half expecting the figure to reappear, waiting for me again. I drove on, eyes darting. Every reflective road sign, every distant shadow, every flicker of light from the tree-line made me tense. My stomach twisted with each imagined movement. And somewhere back of my mind, the fear was growing. Not loud or urgent, but steady, creeping, like water slowly seeping through a crack in a wall. It was a quiet, patient terror that made my hands ache on the wheel and my neck stiff from vigilance. The further I drove, the more I began doubting myself. Was it real? Had I imagined the figure entirely? My mind churned through every rational explanation. A stranger standing in the dark, someone hitchhiking late at night, a trick of the headlights, fatigue, stress, shadows moving in the wind. Each one felt insufficient. None of them explained the weight I'd felt, the silent awareness, the almost impossible stillness. I passed the next mile marker and felt a momentary relief. Maybe I had left it behind. Maybe the road had swallowed it, but the unease didn't leave. It clung to me, a shadow I couldn't shake. My radio crackled again, faint static, and I jumped, flinching like a rookie. I cursed under my breath. This night had nothing to teach me, nothing good, and yet it was teaching me anyway, about patience, about fear, about being alone. I tried to distract myself with routine, checking my mirrors, watching the road ahead, noting mile markers, thinking of the next call I might respond to. I kept scanning, but every time I thought I saw something, it would vanish before I could fully process it. The emptiness of the highway was no longer peaceful. It was oppressive, watching, waiting. I remember my father once telling me that the night has a way of changing a person, that darkness isn't just the absence of light, but a presence in itself. I had scoffed at him then, thinking it was superstition. But now, in the quiet stretch of asphalt and shadows, I understood. There was a presence, patient, silent, and I had brushed against it. I drove for miles, my pulse settling but the tension never leaving. Each time I blinked, I half expected the figure to reappear on the shoulder, just far enough ahead that I'd never reach it. Each mile felt like a test. Each shadow seemed to lean closer, as though curious about my reaction. By the time I reached the next rest stop, I was exhausted in a way that had nothing to do with driving. My muscles ached from tension, my stomach churned from adrenaline, and my mind spun with doubts. I told myself it had to be nothing. My eyes were playing tricks, my brain filling in gaps in the darkness. And yet, even as I parked and turned off the car, I couldn't shake the certainty that what I'd seen, if that's what it had been, was waiting somewhere out there, patient, still, and entirely aware of me. I sipped at the lukewarm coffee I kept in the patrol car, staring out the road ahead. The night had a strange way of stretching time, and I felt every second of it, every minute bleeding into the next. My thoughts drifted to the figure, to the impossible stillness, to the way it hadn't moved, hadn't responded, hadn't even needed to. That was what terrified me the most. Not that it could harm me, not that it could chase me, but that it existed beyond the rules of reality, that it was patient, that it had no need to do anything at all. Eventually, I forced myself to start the car again, driving on in silence, the highway stretching endlessly before me. I kept glancing at the shoulder, half expecting to see it, and half dreading what I might find. And in that dread, I realized that the road had changed. It wasn't just a stretch of asphalt under the night sky anymore. It was a place that remembered, that waited, that held fragments of something that didn't belong. Even now, I remember it vividly. The impossible stillness, the patient presence, the way it vanished as if it had never been. But the memory lingers, curling in my chest, whispering in the spaces between thoughts. And I know, with a certainty that chills me even as I speak, that wherever I go on these night shifts, that highway, that shadow, and that vanishing figure will always be there, just at the edge of perception, waiting to remind me that emptiness is never truly empty. The rain had started just after I clocked in, small, steady drops that tapped against the windshield like nervous fingers. I pulled the patrol car onto Highway 37, headlights cutting through the sheets of rain, illuminating nothing beyond the slick asphalt. The world was gone, swallowed by black and silver reflections. I remember looking at the dashboard clock, 11:58 p.m. That half hour before midnight has always felt like a boundary, the moment where the day ends and the night begins to breathe its own kind of life. I ease into the road, the tires humming against wet concrete. Normally, I like this stretch at night, the isolation, the quiet, the rhythm of the road beneath my wheels. But tonight, it felt different. Heavy, the kind of silence that isn't empty. It presses, lingers, and watches. My fingers rested on the steering wheel a little tighter than usual, and I found myself glancing at the rear view mirror more often than I normally would. The reflection of the empty highway stretched behind me, black and endless, and for a moment I felt a pang of unease. No other lights, no other cars, just the rain, the road, and me. I passed the usual landmarks. An old barn on the right, half collapsed, leaning like it had been forgotten by the world. Trees, slick with rain, leaned over the shoulder of the road, casting shadows that flickered in the passing beams. I told myself it was nothing, just night, just rain, but the longer I drove, the more I felt like I wasn't alone. Something was observing, something patient, waiting for a chance to make itself known. I remember the first radio call, just static at first. Then, a routine check-in from another unit down the county line. Unit 4-2, all quiet. The voice said clip normal. I replied with my own coordinates. The sound of my voice feeling strangely foreign in the car, bouncing back at me through the rain. I told myself it was just nerves, that the empty stretch of Highway 37 had a way of making you overthink. But I couldn't shake the tension building in my chest. I glanced at the mile markers. 32, 33, 34. Nothing else. The numbers passed slowly, stretching the night further, making the darkness feel endless. That was when I saw it. A car, stalled, headlights off, sitting rigid in the middle of the lane. My pulse jumped. I slammed the brakes lightly, the tires hissing against the wet road. I slowed and clicked on patrol lights, the red and blue strobes reflecting in the sheets of rain, slicing the night into sharp, angular pieces. No one got out. No movement. I eased closer, every instinct screaming that something wasn't right. Normally, someone would be visible in these situations. Someone waving for help, someone huddled inside. But this car was just still, waiting, patient. I parked behind it and killed the engine, the silence suddenly deafening. The rain drummed against the roof of the patrol car, louder than it should have been, and I realized I could hear my own heartbeat over it. I reached the door handle, hesitated, and then opened it. The cold, wet air hit me immediately, soaking through my jacket. My boots sank slightly in the mud at the shoulder of the road as I approached the stalled vehicle. Nothing inside. No one. The windows were fogged, but nothing moved. I tapped the horn lightly, half expecting the sound to startle someone inside. Nothing. The car remained rigid, like it had been abandoned for years. The darkness beyond the headlights seemed to lean closer, shadows stretching from the trees, as if curious, patient observers. I called in over the radio, trying to keep my voice steady. Unit 31, mile 34. Stalled vehicle in the lane. No signs of driver. Request advise. My voice sounded smaller than I intended. The radio replied with static, then nothing. No reassurance, no acknowledgement. Just the empty hiss of the storm and my own tense breathing. I circled the car carefully, shining the flashlight inside, checking for any sign of life. Seats empty. Floor mats damp from rain. No footprints around the car. And yet, the unease persisted. There was something about it, the way it sat in the middle of the road, that felt deliberate, like it had been waiting for me. I remembered older stories, whispered by officers during briefings. Cars left in the middle of the road, drivers gone without a trace, shadows that linger at the edges of your vision. I'd laughed then, thinking they were just boredom-fueled exaggerations. Tonight, though, the stories came alive in the rhythm of rain against the asphalt, in the hum of a patrol car, in the way the trees seemed to lean closer, listening. I returned to patrol car, heart still racing, trying to shake the feeling that someone or something was watching from the trees. I sat in the driver's seat, gripping the wheel, telling myself it was a late-night runaway, a stranded motorist who had wandered into the woods, maybe calling someone for help. But the logic didn't settle the tension in my chest. My eyes flicked to the rearview mirror. The highway behind me remained empty. Nothing moved, and yet the stillness felt alive. Minutes passed, or maybe hours, I couldn't tell. Time loses shape in nights like this. I kept checking the mirrors, scanning the road, listening to the rain, listening to the radio, listening to the hum of the car. Every sound seemed louder, every shadow deeper. My thoughts began circling, memories of other nights, other patrols, other moments when the night had felt too heavy. I remembered a call years ago, an abandoned cabin in the woods, doors wide open, no one inside. The same weight, the same patient stillness. I shook my head. No, it was just a car, nothing more. But even as I told myself that, my body refused to relax. Every muscle remained coiled, every sense alert. I started the engine, trying to ease forward, try and put distance between me and the strange stillness of that vehicle. But the highway stretched on endlessly, black and slick, lined with shadows that didn't obey the light. I glanced at the headlights again. In the reflection on the wet road, I thought I saw movement, something at the edge of the light. I jerked my eyes to the shoulder, but nothing was there, just trees, slick and black, swaying in the wind. I told myself it was a trick, a reflection, a hallucination fueled by tension, but the knot in my chest remained. I eased past the stalled car, keeping a close watch, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it had known I was coming, that it had waited deliberately. My pulse was high, my hands gripping the wheel, eyes flicking to the shoulder, to the mirrors, to the darkened road ahead. The rain felt heavier now, like the night itself was pressing down, listening, judging. I called dispatch again, voice tighter now. Unit 31, vehicle cleared. No driver found. Returning to patrol. I tried to sound calm, professional, but even my own ears told me I failed. There was no acknowledgement, just static, just the empty hum of the night. I drove on slowly, every mile stretching longer than it should have. The storm was relentless, the night unyielding, and somewhere in the rhythm of rain and tires and asphalt, I felt it, an awareness, a presence subtle but undeniable, not human, not alive in the way I knew life, but present, patient, waiting. Hours later, when the first hints of dawn scraped across the horizon, I still couldn't shake it. The image of that car, empty and waiting in the middle of the lane, haunted the edges of my mind. And I knew, even as the light returned, that Highway 37 had changed that night. It wasn't just asphalt and rain anymore. It was something else. Something that lingered, that waited for the next patrol, the next lonely shift, the next person foolish enough to drive through the storm. I finished my shift in silence, gripping the wheel a little tighter than usual, glancing in the mirrors a little more often, aware that the night leaves marks you don't always see. The memory of that vehicle sits with me now, patient and still, a warning and a promise. Highway 37 is never truly empty, and the storm has a way of keeping secrets long after the rain stops. The storm hadn't let up. Rain hammered against the windshield like tiny fists, relentless and impatient, and the wipers struggled to keep a clear line of sight. I'd just passed the mile marker for 38 when I saw it. At first, I thought it was another stranded motorist, but the shape stood stiff in the middle of the lane, completely still, almost impossibly still, as if it had been planted there and forgotten by time. I slowed the patrol car, pulse spiking the way it always did when something unexpected appeared on a lonely stretch of highway. My hands gripped the wheel, knuckles tight. I clicked on the high beams, and the figure remained unmoving. Nothing about it suggested that a person seeking help. No hand raised, no movement at all. It just stood there, facing the road, waiting. My mind raced through possibilities. Drunk driver? Prankster? Someone having a breakdown? All of those options sounded reasonable until I realized none fit what I was seeing. The shape wasn't stumbling. It wasn't waving. It didn't act human. Not entirely. I called in on the radio. Unit 31 mile 38, possible pedestrian in the lane. Proceeding with caution. My voice felt smaller than I wanted, swallowed by the static and the rain. There was no reply, just a crackle. The way the night seemed to press closer, waiting to hear if I would acknowledge it. I eased closer, heart pounding. The closer I got, the more the figure seemed to resist recognition. It didn't step aside, didn't move at all. I instinctively reached for the door lock, a small, futile attempt at control. Every instinct screamed to turn around, to call for backup, to abandon reason entirely. And yet, some stubborn, reckless part of me drove me forward. I needed to know. I needed to see. The rain blurred the headlights, water streaming down the glass like tears. I blinked and thought I caught a glimmer of something. Not a reflection, not a shadow from the trees, but an impossible darkness that seemed to absorb the light itself. The figure wasn't just standing there. It was absorbing the night, swallowing a whole, and I felt the weight of that observation as I approached. I slowed to a crawl, 10 miles per hour, 9. My pulse thundered in my ears, drowning out the rain. I could feel the tension coiling in my shoulders, my stomach tightening as if I had swallowed a stone. The figure didn't flinch, didn't blink, didn't breathe, and that was worse than any movement could have been. Movement implies life. Stillness, especially this kind, implies intent. I wanted to shout, to demand it move, to break the tension in some tangible way. Hey! Step aside. My voice cracked, swallowed by the storm. No response, only that unwavering presence. My headlights illuminated the figure fully for the first time. It was human-shaped, yes, but something was off. Proportions slightly wrong. Shadows stretching in ways that didn't make sense. The longer I stared, the more I realized I couldn't look away. My eyes were drawn to it, like gravity, like the road itself was pushing me toward it. I felt the old, familiar surge of adrenaline, the same one that had hit me years ago on my first highway patrol, when a car had appeared out of nowhere on a foggy night. But this was worse. That night, the car had been just a car. This was something else, something that shouldn't exist, something that belonged to the night, and yet belonged to me, or at least seemed to have claimed my attention. I inched closer, just a few more feet. The figure remained completely still. My pulse thudded, my vision sharpened to a tunnel focus on the dark shape. I thought I saw it tilt slightly, just a fraction, and I almost swerved in panic. Maybe it had moved. Maybe my eyes were lying. When I blinked, it hadn't changed. Still standing, still waiting, still impossibly patient. I tried to rationalize again. Maybe it was a deer. I saw one on the highway before, frozen in headlights. But no animal stands upright, shoulders square, in the middle of a lane like this. Maybe it was a mannequin, dumped and forgotten. But nothing about the scene suggested that. There was no car nearby, no tire tracks leading to it, no sign of human negligence. Nothing but the rain, the road, and the figure. The radio crackled, faint and irregular, like static licked by whispers. My hand twitched toward the microphone, half expecting call in, half fearing that if I spoke, I'd break the spell of observation. Unit 3-1, I said finally, voice barely audible, swallowed by the storm. Silence answered me. Just the rain, just a figure, just the road. I inched closer still, unwilling to let instinct override curiosity entirely. My eyes searched for details, hair, clothing, face, but all I saw was darkness that didn't belong. I remember thinking, with a sudden, visceral clarity, that this figure wasn't just in the road. It was in the air around me, in the press of the rain, in the very wet night itself. Watching, waiting, patient. I remember my breath catching. The kind of breath that tastes metallic in your mouth, that freezes you mid-thought. My hands tightened on the wheel so hard I could feel the blood pounding in my fingers. And then I saw it, or thought I did. A face, or maybe just a suggestion of one, shifting in the darkness. Features blurred, impossibly smooth, shadows where there should have been light. A human face, almost, but not entirely. And it felt like it was staring straight at me. I slammed the brakes slightly, enough to jolt my body, but not the car. The figure didn't move, didn't flinch, didn't breathe, just remained patient, absorbing the night. And then I understood it didn't need to move. It didn't need to make a sound. Its presence was enough. The realization twisted my stomach, a cold coil of terror that made my skin crawl. I reached instinctively for the horn, pressed it briefly. Nothing. No reaction. Not a twitch. Not a turn. Not even a flicker of acknowledgement. The night remained unbroken, except for my heartbeat hammering in my ears. And then, slowly, my vision began to adjust. I noticed the rain falling more heavily around it, the water seeming to avoid it, as if it existed in its own little bubble of impossible darkness. I tried to rationalize one last time. Maybe it was a prank, maybe a trick of the light, maybe fatigue playing with perception, but every fiber in my body screamed that none of that could explain what I was seeing. None of it could explain the feeling that the figure was aware of me, that it had been waiting for me to notice it, waiting for me to approach. I took a deep breath, trying to anchor myself, try to assert control over a situation that had already broken any semblance of normalcy. Slowly, cautiously, I shifted the car slightly, inching to the left shoulder, trying to give it room to move, or maybe to give myself a chance to escape if necessary. And then, a flicker, a movement, so small I almost missed it. Just a tilt, a subtle sway, like the figure was considering me, considering the car, weighing whether to stay or vanish. My stomach lurched, my pulse raced. I realized with a cold certainty that this wasn't going to be resolved with rationality, with action, with lights or radio calls. This encounter demanded observation. It demanded patience. And most terrifying of all, it demanded recognition. I stayed there, inches away, headlights illuminating everything I could see. The rain pounded relentlessly. The road slick and reflective beneath the beams. The figure didn't move. I didn't move. And in that stillness, that impossible, weighty stillness, the night itself seemed to pause. Time elongated. Breath stretched. Heartbeats counted themselves in slow, deliberate increments. Minutes, or maybe seconds, I couldn't tell, passed. And then, slowly, I eased the patrol car forward, keeping my eyes fixed on the figure. Every instinct screamed to speed away, to abandon the scene, to call for backup. But I didn't. I needed to know, and part of me knew I wouldn't survive ignoring the presence entirely. By the time I passed the figure, finally, inching slowly past, headlights cutting it in half, the sense of being observed didn't leave. It lingered, heavy and patient, like the memory of a shadow burned into the edges of my mind. I glanced in the rear-view mirror, half expecting it to move, half fearing that it would. But nothing. Only the wet highway stretched back into the darkness, empty as far as I could see. I exhaled sharply, trying to convince myself it was over, and yet the knowledge remained. This figure, whatever it was, would be there again, waiting, patient, silent, watching. And I knew in the deep, instinctive part of myself that I didn't often trust, that the road had changed. That night, that moment, the shadow on the shoulder had claimed a piece of Highway 37, and I had no choice but to acknowledge it. Even after passing the shadow on the shoulder, my nerves hadn't settled. The storm had thinned slightly, the rain now a steady drizzle, but the air still hung heavy with tension, as if the night itself were holding its breath. I kept my eyes glued to the road, scanning every curve, every flicker of movement along the tree line, every reflection off the wet asphalt. It wasn't long before I saw it again, a figure, thin and pale in the dim glow of my headlights, standing at the edge of the lane like it had always belonged there. My first thought was the same one as before, stranded motorist, someone in need of help. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that simple. There was a rigidity to the posture, a stillness that no human should possess for so long. I slowed the car instinctively, pulse quickening. The figure didn't wave, didn't gesture. It simply stood, facing the highway, almost daring me to approach. I flicked the siren briefly, a light, professional tap meant to announce presence rather than alarm. Nothing changed. No flinch, no twitch, no acknowledgement. It just waited. I told myself to keep calm. It's just a person, I muttered under my breath. Just someone stranded, nothing more. But the words didn't reach me. They didn't convince me. My hands gripped the wheel tighter, knuckles white, as I debated whether to stop completely or drive past. Both options felt wrong. Both options felt dangerous. I edged closer. 10 miles per hour. 9. 8. Every foot closer made my stomach tighten, my chest ache. My headlights cast shadows behind it. But the shadows didn't behave normally. They didn't stretch naturally, didn't flicker with movement. They stayed uniform, like the night itself had swallowed the light and refused to give it back. I caught my reflection in the rear-view mirror and froze. My own eyes were wide, my face pale. I hadn't realized how tightly I'd been holding my breath. I looked back to the figure, trying to force logic into my mind. It had to be someone, some lost hitchhiker, some prank. Rational explanations existed, but rationality didn't help when the figure seemed to exist outside the rules of the world I knew. I eased to the side of the road, ready to open the door, ready to confront whatever it was. My pulse throbbed in my temples, my ears ringing from the tension. And then I blinked, and it was gone. Vanished. Just like that. No shuffle, no movement, no sound. One moment it had been there, rigid and patient. The next, nothing. Only the wet asphalt, slick and reflective, stretched out before me. I slammed on the brakes, my foot sliding slightly on the pedal from the drizzle. My heart thundered in my chest. I turned the wheel slowly, scanning the roadside, the trees, the dark emptiness beyond my headlights. Nothing. I cursed under my breath. No. No, no, no. My hand shook as I gripped the wheel. I leaned forward, eyes darting to every shadow, every puddle, every reflection. It didn't make sense. It couldn't, and yet the memory of its presence lingered, heavy and undeniable. I muttered to myself, trying to anchor my thoughts. I saw it. I saw it. But even as I said the words, a seed of doubt crept in. Had I really seen it? Or had my mind fabricated it in the stress and solitude of night? I hadn't blinked. I hadn't looked away. I had seen it, and yet the night itself seemed to question my perception. I drove on, slower now, every nerve screaming, every instinct on edge. The emptiness of the highway stretched before me, the rain falling in steady sheets, the headlights glinting off the wet surface. Everything should have been normal. Everything should have been quiet. But I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The figure hadn't needed to exist physically to leave its mark. Its absence had weight, a presence all its own. Memories of other nights flooded my mind. I remembered a call years ago. A lone hiker lost in the forest, missing for hours. Found hours later without explanation, eyes wide, trembling, unable to articulate what had scared him. I had laughed at the story back then. Now, in the rain on Highway 37, I understood. The night holds things we cannot see, and sometimes it just wants to make us doubt our own senses. I scanned the roadside again. Puddles reflected the faint light of my patrol car. Trees leaned in close, black trunks standing like silent sentinels. There was nothing there, nothing visible, and yet the memory of the figure's presence clung to me like a shadow attached to my chest. Every instinct screamed it had been real, but every rational thought demanded it hadn't. I pulled the car onto the shoulder, rain soaking through my jacket as I stepped out. I needed to see, to confirm, to ground myself in reality. My boots squished in the mud, water running down my neck, down my arms. I scanned the road meticulously, shining the flashlight into every shadow, every puddle, every patch of roadside grass. Nothing. No footprints. No sign anyone had been standing there at all. I remember my father telling me once that the night is patient, that it will wait for you to notice, wait for you to acknowledge, and then disappear, leaving only doubt. I had scoffed, but now, standing in the drizzle, flashlight shaking in my hand, I understood. That's exactly what had happened. The figure hadn't needed to move. It hadn't needed to interact. Its very presence had been enough to unsettle me, to plant the seed of fear. I returned to the patrol car, shivering, tension coiling in my shoulders. The road stretched ahead, black and endless. I tried to shake the memory from my mind, tried to convince myself it was a hallucination, a trick of fatigue and rain. But logic didn't help. The tension lingered, crawling under my skin, settling like a heavy weight in my chest. I started the engine again, headlights cutting through the drizzle, tires humming against the wet asphalt. I told myself to focus on routine, check mile markers, monitor the radio, watch for stranded vehicles, anything to keep my mind anchored to reality. And yet, every shadow, every reflection, every flicker of movement made my pulse jump. I couldn't stop expecting it to appear again, just at the edge of my vision, patient and still. I drove on, forcing myself to concentrate, forcing myself to remain professional. The radio crackled faintly, static slicing through the rain. I half expected to hear a voice, a warning, a whisper. Nothing, only the storm, only the road, only the memory of a presence that had refused to move, that had vanished before I could confront it, leaving me to question everything I thought I knew about the night, about the road, about myself. I remember gripping the steering wheel so tightly I could feel the veins in my hands, knuckles white, eyes darting to the shoulder every few seconds. The night had become a place of tension, a space where perception and reality blurred. I told myself repeatedly, it was real, it wasn't real. I saw it, I didn't see it. And yet, the fear, the unease, the sense of being observed, it was undeniable. I reached the next mile marker, heart still racing, and for a fleeting moment, I thought maybe it was over. Maybe the figure hadn't been real. Maybe the night would return to normal. But deep down, I knew better. The memory of its presence was too vivid, too persistent. And even now, in the daylight hours that would come later, I could still feel it. The weight of a figure that had refused to move, the impossible stillness, the patient observation that had left a mark I couldn't erase. I drove on, rain still falling, road slick beneath the tires, the night stretching endlessly around me, and somewhere just at the edge of perception, I knew that the figure existed. Not in the physical world, perhaps, but in the world of fear, of doubt, of memory, patient, waiting, unseen, yet unforgettable. The rain had finally lessened, thinning to a steady drizzle that ran in streams across the windshield. But the storm hadn't washed away the tension in the night. It had only made it thicker, heavier, like the air itself was aware of something I couldn't see. Highway 37 stretched ahead, slick and reflective, illuminated in jagged slices by the headlights. I kept my eyes on the road, hands gripping the wheel, pulse hammering against my ribs. That's when the radio hissed. At first, I thought it was just interference, the usual static you get out here on long stretches with sparse coverage. But this static was different. It had rhythm, a subtle undulation that made my teeth tingle. I adjusted the volume, twisted the dial, anything to clarify the sound. And then, faintly, almost imperceptibly, I heard it. A whisper. My breath caught. I froze for a moment, staring straight ahead. It wasn't anything coherent, just a low, rasping exhale over the static. But it was deliberate, patient, deliberate enough to feel like attention, like something or someone was trying to speak through the interference. I told myself it was fatigue, that the long hours and stormy night were playing tricks on me. But the chill crawling up my spine refused to let me believe that. I tried calling into dispatch. Unit 3-1, do you copy? My voice sounded smaller than I expected, swallowed by the rain and the hum of the engine. Nothing, just static. And then a whisper again. It wasn't words, at least not words I could recognize. But it sounded like someone breathing into the mic. Slow, deliberate, patient. A syllable stretched impossibly long, teasing me, taunting me, hinting at a meaning I couldn't grasp. My hand shook slightly on the wheel. I couldn't tell if I was imagining it, or if the voice, whatever it was, really existed somewhere out there, hidden in the wires and the storm. I forced myself to focus. Routine checks. The road, the mirrors, the mile markers. 41, 42, 43. I ran them off slowly, trying to anchor myself, to remind my mind that this was just another lonely highway patrol shift. But the whispers persisted. Static licked at the edges of perception, curling around me like smoke, teasing at the edges of reason. I remembered older officer stories, warnings passed down during briefings, tales of voices in the static, of radio crackles that seemed to communicate directly with the driver's mind, of unseen things moving with the car. I had scoffed at them before, called them ghost stories meant to scare rookies. But as the whispers crawled under my skin, I realized those stories were warnings, not jokes. The sensation was subtle at first, a prickle at the back of my neck, a brush of unease along my spine. But it grew intensified until every instinct screamed that I was being followed. Not in the way a car follows another car, not in the way a person shadows a shadow, but in the way darkness itself can lean in, patient, observing, aware. I reached for the microphone again. Unit 3-1 to dispatch. Experiencing unusual interference over. My voice trembled slightly, betraying my effort to remain professional. There was no answer, only the static, rising and falling like a pulse, and the whispers, slow and deliberate, almost sentient. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, knuckles white, as a thought struck me. What if it wasn't interference at all? What if something unseen was out there, following the highway, riding the car silently, listening, patient, waiting? The thought made my stomach tighten. Rationality fought with instinct. My mind tried to reject it, tried to label it absurd, but my body didn't comply. Every muscle was tense, every sense hyper-aware. I glanced at the mirrors. Nothing. The highway stretched endlessly behind me, black and empty. I scanned the tree line, the shoulder, every shadow flickering in the headlights. Nothing, but I could still feel it. That presence, not physical, but undeniable. Waiting, patient, persistent. Minutes, or maybe hours, passed. Time lost its shape on that stretch of highway. The whispers grew more insistent, curling around the edge of hearing, teasing with shapes of sound just beyond comprehension. I couldn't tell if they were words, syllables, warnings, or commands. All I knew was that they were deliberate, personal, aware of me in a way no storm or static should be. I thought back to my first night shifts, to simpler scares, to empty roads and stranded cars. Nights like this had always made me uneasy, but never like this. Never with a voice threading itself into my perception, threading itself into my mind. I realized then that Highway 37 had changed. The road wasn't just asphalt and reflections. It was something else now, something alive, something patient. I tried to focus on routine again. Mile markers, patrol beats, check-in schedules, anything. I recited them aloud, shaky at first, then louder, trying to drown out the whispers, trying to assert control. 44, 45, 46. My own voice sounded strange, small, fragile in the stormy night. And yet the whispers persisted, curling under and around it, as if trying to respond, or to argue, or to beckon. A movement in the corner of my eye made my pulse spike. I glanced at the shoulder. Nothing. The trees swayed slightly in the wind, shadows stretching unnaturally. The road was empty, yet the feeling of being observed intensified. The whispers seemed to sync with it, rising and falling in tandem, a rhythm I couldn't explain. It felt like a heartbeat. My heartbeat. Something out there knew I was alone, knew I was listening, knew I was afraid. I adjusted the radio again, trying to cut through the static, trying to hear rational signals from dispatch. But the sound only grew sharper, more insistent. I couldn't tell if the whispers were responding to me, echoing my thoughts, or simply exploiting the silence of the night. I realized with a cold certainty that I didn't care which. The fear alone was enough to paralyze me. I slowed the car slightly, every instinct screaming that I should either flee or stop completely. I stayed in motion, though, because the road seemed to demand it. The whispers followed, patient and deliberate, refusing to let me ignore them. I wondered if stopping entirely would make them more aggressive, or continuing forward would break the spell. Rationality offered no answer, only dread, only tension, only the oppressive weight of being observed by something unseen. I tried calling again, repeating my coordinates, my status, my attempts at rational explanation. Unit 31, mile 46. Experiencing interference. Request advise. Over. My voice cracked on the last word. Static swallowed it, and then the whispers returned, clearer, as if responding directly, a pattern just beyond comprehension. I swallowed hard. You're not real, I muttered under my breath. This is just static. This is just nerves. But the words sounded hollow, even to me. The weight in my chest didn't ease. My fingers tightened on the wheel. My teeth ground against each other. The night refused to let me be certain. I thought back to previous encounters on this stretch of road. Empty cars. Strange figures, shadows that seemed to lean closer than physics should allow. None of them had prepared me for this. The road had always been lonely, yes, sometimes dangerous, but this was different. This was personal, patient, watching, waiting. The radio wasn't just equipment now. It was a conduit, a bridge for something unseen to reach me. I kept driving, focusing on routine, repeating mile markers, repeating my observations, repeating the mantra, nothing's real. Nothing's real. Nothing's real. But even as I spoke it aloud, even as I recited mile marker after mile marker, the whispers persisted, curling into my awareness, teasing comprehension, defying logic. And then something changed. The static warped slightly, rhythm shifting, almost like a pause. The whisper coalesced briefly, as if it wanted attention, as if it wanted me to understand something I couldn't yet grasp. My heart thundered. My pulse screamed in my ears. My hand shook. I had the fleeting, terrifying thought that was following me, riding just beyond the edge of headlights, invisible, patient, omnipresent. I exhaled shakily, trying to force my mind back to reason, back to the highway, back to reality. But the tension had settled in my bones. I couldn't ignore it. I couldn't dismiss it. The whispers and static, the oppressive weight of the night, the sense of being observed, they were real as the rain streaking across my windshield, as real as the slick asphalt beneath the tires. I drove on, every mile stretching longer than the last. The storm eased further, though the rain never stopped entirely. Shadows along the road shifted unnaturally in the residual light. Reflections glimmered where they shouldn't, and the whispers lingered, patient, subtle, deliberate. They were not words I could understand, but they carried intent, purpose, awareness. By the time I reached the next mile marker, I knew with certainty that Highway 37 had become something else. No longer just a lonely stretch of road. It had become a place where presence and perception intertwined, where static carried voices, and where the unseen waited patiently for the next driver, the next shift, the next observer. I exhaled again, gripping the wheel tightly, knowing that the night would not soon forget me. That the night felt heavier than usual when I turned onto the side road that led to the old motel. A drizzle had started, light enough that it didn't obscure my vision, but persistent enough to make every surface slick. I wasn't supposed to be on this road tonight. My shift had been quiet until then, but dispatch had mentioned a possible disturbance at the Pinecrest Motel, a run-down place that hadn't seen a proper guest in years. Something about unusual activity had been noted by the previous shift. Though they didn't elaborate, I gripped the wheel tighter and exhaled slowly, trying to shake off the little voice in my head that whispered, "Just another abandoned building, nothing more." The headlights cut through the mist, illuminating peeling paint and cracked windows, and I realized I could see the faint outline of the sign, Pinecrest Motel. Letters missing, flickering neon, half-broken bulbs that cast a weak, unreliable light. The place looked like it had been abandoned for decades, yet here I was approaching it on a call labeled routine. I pulled into the empty lot, tires crunching over gravel and broken glass. Everything was still, too still. Even the rain seemed quieter here, as though the world itself hesitated to disturb the place. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out, boots squelching in the wet gravel. The smell hit me first, a mix of mold, mildew, and something sour that I couldn't identify. Old food, perhaps, or decay. It was the kind of smell that made you shift your weight, made your stomach tighten, but I forced myself to focus. The motel had a single-story layout. The rooms faced a lot in a half-circle, doors and windows lined like teeth, all cracked, some broken entirely. I walked slowly toward the first door, flashlight beam cutting through darkness, sweeping across walls that had seen better decades. Graffiti marked the peeling walls. Small, childish drawings in some places, crude messages in others. Most of it faded, but some scrawled words caught my eye. "Do not enter." I paused, flashlight lingering over the letters. Was it a warning, or just the work of bored vandals? Either way, my stomach tensed. The wind shifted suddenly, rattling the broken neon sign overhead. It gave a weak flicker, casting jagged shadows across the gravel. I took a breath, telling myself to stay calm. I had done plenty of night patrols in empty buildings, dark roads, abandoned lots. This was no different. Routine. Simple. I approached the door. It was unlocked, or at least, it moved when I pushed against it with my shoulder. The hinge squealed like an old scream, but nothing else made a sound. I shone the flashlight inside. Dust motes floated in the weak glow. Broken furniture leaned against walls. Bed sheets, yellowed and torn, hung from bed frames like forgotten ghosts. The air was thick, heavy with age and neglect, and every step I took made the floorboards groan under me. As I moved deeper into the room, I caught sight of something unusual. On the far wall, there was a chair positioned oddly, facing the corner. Not the center of the room, not the bed, just a chair facing a wall. I frowned, flashlight lingering. Nothing, or at least nothing I could see. It could have been moved by wind, by vandals, by chance. Yet something about it felt deliberate, too deliberate. I whispered to myself, more to stay focused and because I expected an answer. Routine check. Just check the room. I moved on, checking each doorway slowly, flashlight slicing the darkness, my footsteps deliberate. The hallways stretched out like veins, each door a potential hiding spot. I listened intently. No voices, no movement. Just the sound from the fridge in the office and the occasional drip from a leaky pipe. I tried to convince myself that's all it was. The fridge, the pipes, an abandoned building settling with age. But my senses were on edge, waiting, expecting something to interrupt the quiet. Then I heard it. A soft sound, barely audible over the hum of the rain outside. A creak, or maybe a shuffle, like the floorboards had responded to someone moving across them. My heart skipped. I froze, flashlight beams sweeping back and forth, lingering on the shadows. Silence returned, thick and immediate. I muttered under my breath, trying to ground myself. Empty building, just a building. And yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The hair on the back of my neck prickled. My pulse quickened. Every instinct in my body screamed that this place wasn't empty. I scanned the hallway again, eyes darting to every shadow, every door, every corner. Nothing. Nothing moved. Nothing breathed. I forced myself forward, flashlight cutting to the darkness, heading toward the office at the end of the hallway. The door was cracked open, and faint light spilled from inside. I pushed it slowly, hard in my throat. Papers were strewn across the desk, the drawer hanging open. The computer monitor sat dark, screen cracked, reflecting a distorted image of the room behind me. I stepped closer, scanning for signs of recent activity. A cup, maybe weeks old, lay on its side, rim broken. Dust coated the edges of everything. Yet the floor had faint footprints, barely noticeable, smudged in the dust, leading from the hall into the office and back out again. I frowned. Footprints didn't match mine, and I hadn't seen anyone else enter. A soft tapping caught my attention. Not from outside, not from the broken windows. Something inside. Something deliberate. I swung the flashlight toward the sound, illuminating the corner. There was nothing, at first. But then, a shadow moved across the far wall. Subtle, like a whisper of blackness that wasn't mine. My stomach dropped. Hello? My voice sounded smaller than I expected. Tentative. The hallway answered with silence. The tapping stopped. And yet, I could still feel it. Presence. Close. Patient. Watching me. I forced my hands to steady, reminding myself of my training of routine procedure. I scanned each corner, each room, each darkened doorway. Nothing seemed out of place, yet the sensation persisted. Someone or something was here, waiting, observing, and every instinct screamed that it wasn't human. I moved back toward the door, slow, deliberate steps, flashlight sweeping in a wide arc. The rain outside picked up again, pounding against the windows, masking other noises. My heartbeat felt loud in my chest. The motel felt alive in a way it shouldn't have. Empty buildings didn't hold breath. Empty buildings didn't move shadows against walls. Empty buildings didn't wait. I reached the lot again, stepping into the drizzle, boots sinking slightly in the gravel. I glanced back at the motel. Windows dark, peeling paint, flickering sign. All normal. Or at least, as normal as a place like this could be. And yet, I knew what I had felt inside. I knew the shadows had moved. I knew the tapping had happened. I climbed back into the patrol car, heart still racing, hands shaking. The heater kicked on, fog in the windshield slightly, giving me a moment to breathe. I radioed dispatch. Pinecrest Motel. Checked inside. No sign of occupants. Possible activity noted. Too subtle to confirm. Over. No reply. Just static. And even as I started the engine ready to move on, I couldn't shake the feeling that the motel had noticed me, that my presence, however brief, had been acknowledged, and that acknowledgement was deliberate, patient, waiting. I drove slowly down the side road, rain pounding steadily, headlights cutting through the mist. The motel faded behind me, but the feeling remained, lingering like a weight in the back of my skull. I couldn't explain it. I didn't want to. Rationality was useless in the face of that kind of presence. And as the highway stretched ahead, slick and reflective, I realized something I couldn't ignore. Some places don't welcome visitors. Some places wait. And Pinecrest Motel had been waiting for me. Even as I reached the main road and pulled the car into motion, the memory of those footsteps, those shadows, that tapping stayed with me. Heavy, patient, deliberate. I told myself it was nothing. Abandoned buildings played tricks. Shadows, sounds, wind, all rational explanations. But deep down, a part of me knew better. The night had eyes, and Pinecrest Motel had seen me. I stayed parked outside the Pinecrest Motel longer than I should have. The lot was empty, silent except for the patter of rain and the occasional flicker of the neon sign. I kept glancing at the building, the windows black, but for the occasional flash of light from one of the rooms. Flickering, like a heartbeat. I shouldn't have gone back inside. I knew that. My gut screamed it. But curiosity mixed with duty, and I found myself grabbing the flashlight again, stepping into the damp hallway that reeked of mold and age. The boards groaned beneath me, the sound echoing unnaturally in the narrow corridor. Every room looked the same. Peeling wallpaper, broken furniture, abandoned lives frozen in dust and decay. And yet, something was different. The lights weren't completely dead. They flickered on and off in no pattern I could understand, casting sharp shadows that jumped like living things. I told myself to stay calm. Just check the rooms, make a routine report. Standard patrol, nothing to be afraid of. But as soon as I entered the first room, the whispers began. At first, I thought it was the wind. Old buildings make noises. Pipes moan, windows whistle. But this was different. The whispers didn't have the randomness of wind or mechanical noises. They had direction, rhythm, intent. Low, almost unintelligible murmurs, curling along the walls, rising and falling in tempo. My skin prickled, hair standing on end. I stopped moving, flashlight beam trembling slightly. Hello? I tried to sound professional. Steady. My voice sounded small, swallowed by the thick, wet air of the room. Nothing, only the faint flicker of the light. Shadows leaping in time with it. Then the whispers returned, a fraction louder, as if my acknowledgement had invited them closer. I gripped the flashlight tighter, trying to anchor myself. Look around. Check every corner. Check every closet. Nothing should be here. Nothing should move. And yet, something felt wrong. I stepped toward the window, peering out. The rain blurred the lot into a reflective gray sheen, neon casting jagged reflections that seemed to bend unnaturally across the puddles. Everything looked normal. And yet, behind me, the whispers grew, curling along the walls like smoke. I spun, scanning the room. Shadows clung to corners, edges of furniture, creeping along the ceiling in impossible angles. The flickering lights intensified the illusion, making the room feel smaller, suffocating. My chest tightened. I could feel my pulse in my throat. I told myself it was fatigue, the long hours, the rain, the eerie silence playing tricks on me, but my instinct screamed otherwise. I moved to the next room. The door opened with a slow creak. Inside, the lights were brighter here, though they flickered too, erratically, almost in rhythm with my heartbeat. I could see the outlines of beds, a dresser with drawers half open, a chair tipped on its side, and I could hear it clearly now. The whispers, soft and deliberate, threading through the walls, through the air, through me. It wasn't words I could understand. Not yet, just syllables, fragments of sound that hinted at meaning, but refused to reveal it. I froze in the doorway, flashlight shaking slightly. My training told me to investigate, to move carefully, to document. My body told me to run. Run and never look back. I stepped inside. The floorboards groaned. Dust stirred underfoot. And then I heard something else. A soft tap, deliberate, coming from the far wall. I swung the flashlight toward the sound. Nothing. The wall stared back at me, cracked and peeling. But the tap continued, irregular, slow. Someone or something was moving just beyond the limits of sight. I swallowed hard, hands tightening on the flashlight. Hello? My voice cracked slightly, unsteady now. No answer. Only the tap. Only the whispers. Only the flickering lights casting long, grotesque shadows that seemed to twist when I wasn't looking directly at them. I moved cautiously toward the source of the tapping, flashlight sweeping. My reflection in the cracked mirror on the dresser seemed wrong. I blinked and froze. My eyes looked the same, but my expression, my posture, there was something subtle, a shift I couldn't place. A weight in the air pressed against me. The whispers seemed to pulse with it, as if noticing, observing, aware of me in a way that made rational thought impossible. I forced myself to move, checking the rest of the rooms. Each one was similar. Flickering lights, low murmurs threading through walls, shadows clinging to corners. Every step made my pulse jump, every creak and flutter in the dilapidated structure threatening to reveal a presence I couldn't confront. And yet, every room was empty. No one, nothing, only the echoes of something unseen. In one of the rooms, a chair sat in the center, facing the wall again. I recognized the pattern from the first check, the deliberate placement, the sense of observation. I whispered to myself, trying to reassure myself that I was imagining it. Empty building. Nothing real. But the flickering lights, the whispers, the tap, they disagreed. They insisted I knew better. They insisted that someone or something was here, watching, waiting. I paused in the hallway, flashlight illuminating peeling wallpaper, cracked doors, and the faint reflections in broken mirrors. The whispers seemed to gather here, circling me, brushing the edges of my mind, tugging at memories I didn't want to recall. I remembered older calls, reports of strange occurrences at abandoned buildings, of shadows moving against walls, of sounds that weren't possible. I had dismissed them. I had laughed. Now, in the flickering light, I understood. They were warnings, cautions, previews. I pressed on, moving to the last room. The light flickered wildly here, rapid, erratic. My pulse raced. I heard the whispers clearly now, curling around my head, teasing comprehension, teasing fear. My hand gripped the doorframe, flashlight steady only through effort. I couldn't make out words, but I felt intent, patient and deliberate. This wasn't random. This wasn't mechanical. This was conscious. I stepped inside. The room was empty, or appeared so. Bed frames leaned against walls. Mirrors reflected broken images. Dust coated everything. I took a breath, trying to slow my racing heart. And then the flicker stopped. Complete darkness. I froze. Only the rain outside made sound, dripping steadily against the roof. And then I felt it, the shift in the air, a weight pressing down, heavy and cold. The whispers fell silent, but the sense of observation remained. I wasn't alone. I fumbled with the flashlight, shaking it. The beam flickered back on, illuminating the same empty room. Nothing had moved. Nothing had changed. And yet everything had. My rational mind screamed for explanation. Exhaustion, shadows, fear, imagination. But my instincts refused comfort. Something had been here. Something had watched. Something had acknowledged me. I exhaled shakily, stepping back into the hallway. The whispers returned, softer now, trailing along the walls as if disappointed I wasn't staying. The lights flickered one last time before turning to a dim, steady glow, but the weight in the air did not lift. I realized then that I didn't want to know what had been here. I didn't want to confront it. I just wanted to leave. I made my way back to the patrol car slowly, flashlight sweeping, ears straining for sound. The motel loomed behind me, silent and patient, watching as I moved. The rain had stopped, leaving a mist that clung to the lot. The neon sign buzzed, letters flickering in a lazy, uneven rhythm. And I knew, without thinking, without doubting, that the building had been aware of me, that it had reacted to my presence, and that it would remember. Sliding into the patrol car, engine humming to life. I exhaled, trying to shed the tension coiling in my chest. I radioed dispatch, voice trembling slightly. Pinecrest Motel. Check the rooms. Lights flickering, possible activity inside. Nothing concrete. Over. Static. Only static. The motel sat behind me. Windows dark and still now, yet the feeling lingered, pressing against my mind. I gripped the wheel, heart racing, telling myself that this was a routine check, that nothing was real. And yet, deep down I knew better. The flickering lights, the whispers, the deliberate shadows, they weren't random. They weren't accidental. Somewhere inside Pinecrest Motel, something waited, patient, silent, observing. And I had seen it. I had convinced myself that leaving the motel was the only rational choice. The flickering lights, the whispers, the shadows, they were all signs I wasn't equipped to handle tonight. But duty or stubbornness, or some part of me that refused to admit defeat, kept me from driving off immediately. I stayed. I told myself I would check the second floor, make a final sweep, and leave. A routine check. That was all it was supposed to be. I reached the base of the staircase. The wood was slick from the rain I had tracked in, and the air seemed heavier here, denser. Every instinct I had screamed to stay downstairs, to get back into the car, to drive away before curiosity turned into something dangerous. And yet I climbed, one careful step, then another, each creaking in protest under my weight. The second floor smelled different. Dust, yes, and mildew, but also a faint metallic tang, almost like blood or something older, something decayed. I tightened my grip on the flashlight, its beam cutting through the darkness, illuminating doorways that gaped like open mouths. The flickering lights in the hall above seemed to pulse, uneven, as though syncing with my heartbeat. And then I heard it. Footsteps, heavy, deliberate, slow but steady, echoing across the second floor like someone was pacing, moving with purpose. My pulse jumped. I froze, listening. Each step landed in time with my own dread, making my stomach twist. I told myself it was impossible. The motel was empty. Every room I had checked was abandoned. Every corridor silent. No one could be here. Yet the footsteps continued. Footsteps above me. One step, then another, slow, heavy, echoing through the wooden floors. The sound made the building feel alive, aware, like it was breathing in tandem with whoever or whatever was moving above. I whispered, trying to convince myself, just the building settling, just the boards, nothing else. But the sound didn't match settling. Settling didn't pace. It didn't move deliberately from one end of the hallway to the other. Settling didn't pause, then start again, heavier, closer, as though testing my resolve. I climbed another step, forcing my body to follow what my mind was screaming against. My flashlight beam swept the hallway. Doors lined each side, closed and dark, some with peeling numbers, some cracked open. I stepped forward careful, letting my ears guide me more than my eyes. The footsteps shifted slightly, pacing now in a small arc, as though circling the space, aware of my presence below. A memory flared in my mind, sharp and unwelcome. My first night on patrol in a rundown apartment building. Chasing a noise I later found was nothing. The fear, the isolation, the feeling of being observed. It all came rushing back, sharper than it had been in years. And now, that same creeping dread pressed down on me again, heavier, insistent. I reached the first room. Door closed. Footsteps directly above. I held my breath, listening. One step, paused, another step. Then silence. I waited, frozen, heart hammering, hands gripping the flashlight like a lifeline. The silence stretched, too long, thick with expectation. And then another step, heavy, deliberate, almost mocking. I whispered again, voice trembling. "Who's there? Hello?" No reply, only the slow, echoing steps across the floor above. My stomach knotted. Something wasn't right. Something shouldn't be here. And yet it was patient, observant, waiting. I moved forward, trying to reason with myself. Check the rooms, document findings, report to dispatch. I could do this. I had done it before. But every step made the floorboards groan. Every shadow seemed to twist against me. Every creak and flicker of the light turned ordinary objects into shapes that watched me. The footsteps paused. I froze, flashlight sweeping the hallway. And then they started again, heavier, moving closer to the stairwell. My stomach dropped. Whoever, or whatever, was up there was aware of me, acknowledging me. The idea made my throat tighten that I considered retreating. But my legs moved before my mind could catch up. I had to know, had to see. Step by step, I ascended the rest of the stairs, flashlight beam trembling, sweat running down my temples. The hallway stretched ahead, dark, oppressive. The air smelled metallic now, stronger, making me want to gag. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to focus. Then I saw it. A door at the end of the hall, slightly ajar, moving slightly as if breathing. The footsteps had stopped here. Silence, thick and deliberate, pressed against my ears. I inched closer. My flashlight beam caught the edge of the door. The shadows inside the room shifted unnaturally. I called out again, voice low, steadying myself as best I could. "Hello? Anyone here?" No reply, only the weight of observation. And then a whisper, not the soft murmurs from the first floor. This was closer, clearer, deliberate. A syllable stretched unnaturally long, curling through the air, brushing against my mind. I felt it as much as I heard it. Presence, awareness, Patience. I gripped the doorframe, forcing myself to breathe slowly, trying to anchor myself in reality. Footsteps behind me, or was it above? Made me spin. The hall was empty. Shadows clung to corners, twisting, dancing in the flashlight beam. The room at the end remained silent, waiting. I told myself it was the wind. Old buildings make noises. Footsteps echo strangely on wooden floors. Shadows twist with light. Logic, reason, training, they all tried to soothe me. But I couldn't shake the certainty that something was here. Watching, patient, observing. The whispers grew louder, curling through the hall, teasing comprehension, teasing understanding I couldn't reach. My pulse raced. My legs shook. Every instinct screamed to leave, to abandon reason and run. But I couldn't move. My eyes were drawn to that door, to the darkness inside, to the sense of waiting that pressed against me. I remember the first floor, the flickering lights, the shadows that moved when I wasn't looking, the tapping. This was connected. The motel wasn't empty. The presence was deliberate, patient, always observing, always waiting. I inched forward, flashlight beam sweeping the threshold. The air was colder here, heavier, pressing against my chest. My throat tightened. I wanted to scream, to call dispatch again, to tell someone, anyone, what was happening. But the words caught in my throat. Another step, above me, slow, deliberate, closer to the edge of the staircase. I froze, heart hammering. My hands gripped the flashlight like a lifeline. The room waited, silent, shadows shifting inside. The air pulsed, almost sentient. And then the step stopped. Silence. Thick, heavy, suffocating. I stood there, trembling, listening to my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. The room didn't move. The hall didn't creak. And yet I could feel it. Presence. Waiting. Observing. I told myself again and again, it's an empty building. You're alone. There's nothing here. But deep down I knew better. The footsteps, the whispers, the shadows, they were deliberate, patient, conscious. And the motel had been waiting for me, watching me, learning me. And whatever it wasn't finished. I backed down the hallway slowly, keeping the door in view. Footsteps above remained silent, yet their absence felt deliberate, as if measuring, judging, acknowledging me. I reached the stairs, hands trembling, flashlight beam shaking. Each step down felt heavier than the last. When I finally reached the first floor, the whispers returned, soft, curling along the walls. The lights flickered gently, then steadied. The motel seemed calm again. Too calm. I didn't stay to test it further. I drove off slowly, rain slicking the lot, heart hammering, mind racing. And even as Pinecrest Motel faded behind me, I could still feel it. The weight of observation, the patient presence, the certainty that the footsteps had belonged to something alive, something aware, something that had been waiting for me above. The hallway was quiet when I stepped back inside the motel, but it didn't feel safe. The lights flickered just enough to make shadows dance across the walls, and the air smelled heavier than before, like damp plaster mixed with something metallic. My boots echoed against the floorboards, each creak sounding louder than it should. My hands were shaking slightly as I gripped my flashlight. I told myself it was just nerves, just the building. Nothing alive should be here. I moved slowly toward the room at the end of the hall, the one with the cracked mirror over the dresser. I had avoided it until now. Something about mirrors in abandoned buildings always felt wrong, like they remembered more than they should, like they reflected not just the room but the unseen. My flashlight beam swept across the floor, over peeling wallpaper, broken furniture, scattered debris. Nothing moved. Nothing breathed. I stepped into the room. The door protested with a slow creak. Dust motes floated in the beam of the flashlight, and the air was thick, clinging to my lungs. The bed was torn, sheets yellowed, the dresser drawers half open. The mirror leaned slightly on the wall, glass cracked at the corner. I didn't notice it at first, didn't notice the figure. Then I saw it. A man, or something like a man, stood behind me in the reflection. Not the reflection of me, not any part of the room. There was no one there. I spun around quickly. The room was empty. My heart jumped, chest tightening, hands gripping the flashlight so hard my knuckles ached. Nothing. Empty. Silent. The kind of silence that presses in, making your ears ring. I turned back to the mirror. The figure was still there, tall, shadowed, its features indistinct. The flickering light made it seem alive, but I could tell it wasn't moving in a normal way. Its posture was too rigid, too deliberate. I forced myself to breathe slowly, trying to calm the wave of panic that rose from my stomach. It's a trick of the light, I told myself. Reflections, shadows, your mind playing games. I stepped closer, flashlight trained on the mirror, scanning the room again. Empty. Nothing but the cracked mirror, the peeling wallpaper, the broken furniture. My hands were clammy, the beam trembling. I looked back at the mirror. The figure had shifted slightly, its head tilted, as if curious, watching, waiting. I backed up, heart hammering, tried to convince myself that the reflection was an illusion. My mind clung to rational explanations. An old mirror, imperfect glass, flickering lights, fatigue, nerves. Nothing alive could be in here. There's no one, but the reflection insisted otherwise. The figure didn't move like me, didn't mirror my actions. It stood there, silent, patient, observing. I swallowed hard. My mouth felt dry. My pulse thundered in my ears. I realized I'd stopped breathing. Slowly, I drew in a deep, shuddering breath, tried to anchor myself to reality that I told myself again. Empty building. No one here. Just your imagination. I took a careful step back, and the reflection mirrored none of my movements. Its head tilted further, eyes, or shadows where eyes should be, seeming to focus on me. A whispering started again, soft, curling along the edges of the room, brushing against my mind. Not words, just sound, just intent. I felt it press against me, nudging my thoughts, reminding me I wasn't alone, that I tried to leave. Slowly, deliberately, I turned my back on the mirror. My flashlight illuminated the rest of the room. Dust-covered chairs, bed frames, drawers, nothing unusual. Nothing moved. Nothing should have been moving. And yet, the figure lingered in the mirror, separate from the world, separate from me, separate from logic. I froze in the doorway. My mind raced, trying to find something rational, some way to make sense of it. My years on patrol, my training, my experiences with abandoned buildings, strange calls, shadows, none of it prepared me for this. Nothing explained a reflection that existed without a body, a presence that observed without revealing itself. I stepped back, just a little, and the figure leaned forward, tilting in a way that made my stomach tighten. It wasn't human, not entirely. The proportions were wrong, elongated, slightly off, like the mirror itself had twisted reality just enough to create something other, something patient, something waiting. I swallowed again, forcing my breath into even, shallow rhythms. My hand shook as I gripped the flashlight. I could feel the weight of it, of the building, the room, the figure in the mirror, pressing against my chest. My pulse felt loud in my ears. I wanted to step forward, to confront it, to prove to myself that it was nothing, but my legs refused. My body refused. The figure leaned closer. A whisper, just at the edge of comprehension, circled the room. A sound that made my head ache, tugging at the corners of memory I didn't want to recall. Something about it felt like a warning, a statement, and a promise all at once. The air grew colder, the walls closing in. My skin crawled, and I realized I couldn't tell if it was a room or the presence doing it. I forced myself to look at the mirror again. The figure's outline was more distinct now. No features, just darkness, twisted proportions, a weight that pressed through the glass. I realized with a sick clarity that it wasn't a reflection. It wasn't part of the room. It existed on the other side of something. Something I couldn't touch, couldn't name, couldn't rationalize. I whispered, almost to myself, "What are you?" No answer. Only the whispering, curling along the walls, brushing my mind. The figure shifted again, tilting its head, leaning slightly toward me. I felt seen, measured, judged, and suddenly I understood This wasn't a being that needed doors or halls. It didn't need a body to occupy space. It only needed the observation, only needed me to notice. I backed up again, heart hammering, legs trembling. My flashlight beam quivered across the room, catching the peeling wallpaper, the broken furniture, the cracked mirror, and still the figure lingered, patient, observant, separate. I stumbled toward the doorway, forcing my legs to move. My mind screamed at me to leave, to drive away, to forget, and yet some part of me, a part one hated to admit, wanted to watch, wanted to understand, wanted to see what it was. That curiosity twisted into fear, and fear into something darker, a knowledge that I had seen it, and that seeing it meant it had seen me. I reached the hall, flashlight shaking, pulse racing. I glanced back once. The mirror showed the empty room. The figure was gone. The whispers had stopped. The flickering light settled into a steady, dim glow. My body sagged with relief, only to realize it wasn't relief. The awareness remained. The weight of it pressed against me, lingering in the air, clinging to my skin, curling into my thoughts. I forced myself to keep moving, down the hall, down the staircase. My hands were clammy, my mouth dry. I reached the lot, rain beginning to miss again, reflecting the neon sign. I slid into the patrol car, shaking, trying to control my breathing. Engine running, heater on, lights cutting to the misty lot. I radioed dispatch, Pinecrest Motel. Checked the room with the mirror, nothing inside. Over. Static. No reply. I exhaled, gripping the wheel, realizing that the motel had been patient tonight. It had allowed me to see, to experience, to acknowledge it, and in doing so, it had measured me, watched me, recorded me. Even as I drove away, leaving the building behind, I couldn't shake the memory of the figure. It existed in the mirror, but also in my mind, separate from reality, yet undeniably real. A presence that had no body, no form I could confront, only observation and intent. And I just knew, that I hadn't seen the last of it. Pinecrest Motel waited, always patient, always observing. And somewhere in the cracked glass of that room, it waited for me again. I had left the motel that night, thinking that distance would erase the dread clinging to my skin. I had driven down the misty highway, headlights cutting through the fog, gripping the wheel like it was my only tether to reality. Each mile felt heavier than the last. My mind replaying the cracked mirror, the whispers, the figure that hadn't been there but had been, all at once. By the time I reached the edge of town, the rain had stopped, leaving a slick, reflective sheen across the asphalt. I wanted to tell myself I was done, that what I had seen, what I had experienced, could be filed away as exhaustion in imagination or the quirks of a decrepit building. But there was a weight in my chest that refused to lift. It was persistent, patient, as though Pinecrest Motel had followed me. Even now, miles away, I parked in my driveway, engine still humming. I needed to sit, to breathe, to ground myself before stepping inside my house. I opened the door to grab my bag, the damp air clinging to my coat. That's when I saw it. Something on my car. Something that shouldn't have been there. It was small, nearly invisible, if you didn't notice immediately. At first, I thought it was just dirt or residue from the rain. But as I moved closer, I realized it wasn't natural. The shape was faintly human. Tiny, twisted, impossibly dark against the pale reflection of my headlights. A miniature figure, crouched across the hood, staring at me with hollow, shadowed eyes. I blinked, and it was gone. My breath hitched. My pulse spiked. I told myself it was exhaustion, my imagination running wild after hours of tension and fear. But a tiny dent remained in the hood where it had crouched. Small, precise, unnatural. It didn't make sense. Nothing living could have been here. Not after the speed I drove. Not in the empty driveway. Not without leaving a trace of sound or motion. I ran my hand across the dent, trembling, trying to anchor myself. It was real. Too real to dismiss. My stomach churned. My mind raced back to the motel. The figure in the mirror, the footsteps above, the whispers curling along the walls. It had followed me. Somehow it had followed me, I backed up slowly, scanning the driveway. The street was empty, silent. The night was still, fog curling along the ground. And yet, the weight of being watched pressed down on me again, heavier than any air could carry. I felt it behind me, though the street was empty, though the house was dark and silent. Presence, patient, persistent, observing. I slammed the car door, trying to convince myself to enter the house, to lock the doors, to forget. But something made me pause. I couldn't shake the feeling that leaving the car was the wrong choice. That whatever had touched it, whatever had been there, was waiting, judging, remembering. I glanced back at the hood again. Another shape appeared, darker this time, slightly taller, crouching like a shadow crouched against the ground. Hollow eyes, twisted limbs. I wanted to scream, wanted to run. My legs refused to obey. I stared, rooted in place, flashlight from my pocket, trembling in my hands. It shifted, just slightly, but enough to make my pulse spike. Then it vanished, leaving another small, precise dent. A message, a reminder, a warning. I stumbled inside, slamming the door behind me, locked it, checked it twice. Every shadow in the house felt alive. Every creak in the floorboards echoed like footsteps. I told myself to sit, to breathe, to wait for dawn, but sleep didn't come. Not that night, not any night since. The motel had followed me, and it had left a trace, a miniature, impossible fragment of itself on my car, on my life, that refused to leave. I tried to convince myself to call dispatch, to report what had happened. But what could I say? A shadow crouching on my car, disappearing, leaving dents that made no sense? I would sound insane. And yet, the fear in my chest, the weight pressing against my ribs, was proof enough. Something followed me, something patient, something that didn't belong in the world, yet existed within it, tracking me, learning me, waiting for me to notice. Days passed. The dents on my car didn't fade. They were small, subtle, easy to ignore if I didn't look closely. But I always looked closely, always checked, always felt the same tightening in my chest, the same pulse of dread in my stomach, the same certainty that Pinecrest Motel had never truly let me leave. I avoided the highway, avoided the lot where the motel had stood. I drove different routes. I kept the lights on at night, but it was useless. I could feel the awareness lingering, the same patient observation I had felt in the mirror, in the hallway, in the shadows. It didn't need the motel anymore. It had learned me. It had found a way to exist outside the walls, beyond the decaying building, following in fragments, shadows, whispers. I realized then that I had done the one thing I shouldn't have. I had acknowledged it, seen it, and in seeing it, I had invited it into the rest of my life, into every reflection, every shadow, every quiet moment when I thought I was alone. It was patient, it was deliberate, and now it had a foothold. I tried to forget, tried to tell myself I had imagined it. Exhaustion, fear, stress, any rational explanation I could cling to, but rationality was useless. The dents on my car, precise and deliberate, were proof enough. They reminded me every time I saw them, every glance, every moment alone. They pressed into my mind, a constant reminder. I had left the motel, but it had not left me. I haven't returned to Pinecrest Motel. I never will, and I know it waits, patient and eternal, wherever it can find me, in reflections, in shadows, in impossible dents on a car hood. It doesn't need the building anymore. It only needs acknowledgement, and I have given it that. Sometimes, late at night, I see shapes in the mirror that aren't mine, shadows that move against the wall when the lights flicker. Small dents appear on surfaces where nothing should touch. And I know it's Pinecrest Motel, waiting, patient, observing. I tell myself never to return, never to go back. But I also know that it doesn't matter. The moment I stepped inside, the moment I saw the reflection, the moment I noticed the whispers and the flickering lights, the motel marked me, and I will carry that mark forever in my mind, in my home, in the small, impossible traces it leaves behind. I never returned. I never will. And still, sometimes, I wonder if it waits in the shadows, just out of sight, patient, deliberate, learning, watching. It started like any other night shift. I finished my coffee, checked the patrol car, and ran through my usual mental checklist. Lights, radio, siren, everything functioning. The streets were quiet. Too quiet, maybe. A lull that always makes the hairs on your arms stand on end if you let yourself think about it. Dispatch came through, calm but with a note of urgency I couldn't ignore. Unit 4. We need you to check on the abandoned neighborhood off Cedar Lane. Reports of lights on in homes that shouldn't be occupied. Approach with caution. I gripped the wheel a little tighter. Abandoned homes weren't unusual in this part of town. We got calls all the time from people who had lived here years ago, or just tourists looking for a thrill. But there was something in the tone of that dispatch, a subtle warning underneath the professional calm that set my nerves on edge. The neighborhood appeared quickly in the headlights. Empty streets stretched out, houses darkened, some boarded up, some peeling with age. Street lights flickered intermittently, giving the impression of movement where there was none. My heart thumped against my chest. I told myself to stay rational. Just check the houses, make the report, go home. Simple. I rolled down the windows, letting the cool night air hit my face. A fog had begun to creep along the streets, curling against the car, twisting into shapes my mind didn't want to see. The radio crackled. Static. I frowned, tried the microphone. Dispatch, do you copy? Silence. Only static. Not the usual white noise, but a low, almost whispering sound curling around my ears. The hair on my neck stood straight. I tapped the mic again. Dispatch, Unit 4. Come in. Nothing. I checked the dials, fiddled with the switches. Everything appeared normal. The static persisted, a soft undercurrent of whispers, like multiple voices just out of reach. I felt the hairs on my arms rise higher. The fog pressed closer to the patrol car, cold and damp. I knew better than to ignore my gut, but curiosity kept me rolling forward. I turned down the first street, lights cutting through the mist. Houses on either side sat silent. Windows reflected my headlights like watchful eyes. Some houses had doors slightly ajar, peeling paint, curtains torn, floors warped. I could see the outlines of furniture, decayed and abandoned, yet there was something wrong. The rooms looked as though someone had been there very recently. I slowed the car, checking house after house. No one, no movement, no footprints in the dew-covered grass. Just stillness, too much stillness. My pulse sped. The whispers on the radio became more persistent. Not words, exactly, but sounds. Patterns, almost intentional. I parked briefly at a corner, trying to get a better look down the street. A flicker of movement caught my eye. I spun the car toward it, heart hammering. Nothing, just shadows. Shadows that moved in the peripheral vision, always just at the edge, disappearing when I looked directly. I grabbed my flashlight, stepped out of the car. The night was unnaturally silent, the kind of silence that makes every step feel louder than it should. Every creak of the patrol boots against the asphalt seemed amplified. I swept the beam across the nearest house. Windows cracked, curtains fluttering in the breeze. Something in the reflection caught my eye, a movement in the corner of a window. Quick, fleeting, but when I focused, nothing. Empty. I stepped closer. Something about this house felt alive. Breathing maybe, though I knew it couldn't. The beam of my flashlight caught a door slightly ajar. I nudged it with my foot. It swung inward silently. Dust swirled in the air. Floorboards creaked under my weight, a soft groan echoing in the hollow space. The radio crackled again. Briefly, a whisper, then static. I froze, trying to listen. The whisper seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once, curling into my ears, brushing against my mind. I shook it off, telling myself it was just the radio, just the wind, just nerves. But deep down, I knew it was more. I moved room to room, checking each one carefully. Empty. Nothing. But the feeling persisted, like I was being watched, measured, cataloged. Shadows seemed to cling to corners, stretching unnaturally, following my light. I kept telling myself to stay calm, to note the findings, to call it in and leave. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Soft, measured, coming from upstairs. I froze. My flashlight beam quivered. The house had a second floor, though I hadn't seen anyone enter. My pulse spiked. I called out, "Anyone there?" "Police. Come out." No response. Only silence. The radio crackled again. Whispering. Not words, not clear, but the cadence felt deliberate. A message I couldn't understand but felt in my bones. I realized then that the abandoned neighborhood wasn't empty. It wasn't just decrepit homes and peeling paint. Something lingered here, watching, waiting, patient, and it didn't want to be seen in the open. I backed out of the house, flashlight trembling in my hand. The fog seemed thicker now, curling around the car, around the buildings. I tried the radio one more time. Nothing but whispers and static. I knew then I had to leave. No routine check, no report. Whatever had taken root here didn't respond to logic or authority. It didn't care about procedure or protocol. It existed outside of that. I started the patrol car and drove slowly down the street. Shadows moved in the fog, patterns in the darkness, shapes that felt like eyes. The radio hissed beside me, whispering, bending in ways my mind couldn't process. I wanted to look away, wanted to pretend it wasn't happening, but curiosity and the ingrained habit of law enforcement forced me to scan. And then I saw it, at the far end of the street. A figure. A person? Maybe. Standing still, watching. As I approached, it didn't move, didn't blink, didn't react. And when I got close, it was gone. I slammed on the brakes, heart hammering, light beams sweeping the fog. Nothing. Empty street. Abandoned neighborhood. But I knew. I had felt it. Something followed me from house to house, shadow to shadow. Patient, deliberate. A presence outside the world I knew. I drove out of the neighborhood as quickly as I could, keeping my eyes on the mirrors. Flashlight at the ready, radio crackling with whispers. My hands gripped the wheel, knuckles white, pulse racing. I didn't call dispatch again. I didn't report what I saw. I just drove until the fog thinned. The houses faded behind me, and the night felt a little lighter, a little less suffocating. But I knew it hadn't left. Not really. It would wait, patient, observing, learning. And if I ever returned, I knew it would be ready. I didn't want to go back, but the thought of leaving a house unchecked gnawed at me. That instinct, the one you learn in patrol, the one drilled into you over years, pushed me toward the nearest abandoned home on Cedar Lane. The first house I'd passed before with broken shutters and peeling paint felt alive now in a way that made my skin crawl. The fog had thickened, swirling against the car like it was trying to hold me back. But I ignored it. I parked on the cracked driveway and stepped out, boots crunching over gravel. The house loomed over me, dark and silent. Windows stared back like blind eyes. The air smelled damp, moldy, and strangely metallic. I ran my flashlight over the front door. The wood was warped, the lock rusted and useless. Pushing it open, I stepped inside. The interior was cold, heavier than the night outside. Dust floated in the beam of my flashlight, disturbed by the air I moved through. The floorboards groaned under my weight, and I realized every creak echoed far longer than it should. Silence pressed down on me, thick and complete, broken only by the occasional rattle of the loose shutters outside. I swept the light across the living room. Furniture sat scattered, coated in decades of dust. Wallpaper peeled from the walls in curling strips. A broken chair lay on its side. Nothing moved, nothing breathed, and yet I felt eyes on me, somewhere just beyond the edge of the beam, in the corners where shadows pooled like liquid. I told myself to stay calm, to keep rational. This house was empty, always empty. Yet instinct screamed otherwise. My pulse quickened, my breath shallow, as if the house itself had drawn me into its lungs. I moved toward the staircase. The beam of my flashlight caught the edge of the railing, warped and splintered. Every step upward made the wood groan, echoing through the empty house. And then, as I reached the top, the first door slammed behind me. Hard, sharp, a sound that made my chest seize. I spun, flashlight trembling, heart hammering. The door had shut, though I had not touched it. The wind? No. The hallway was enclosed. The windows were closed. I forced myself to breathe slowly, forcing my eyes to scan the darkness. Shadows shifted at the corners, though there was no wind, no movement, no life. Something watched. I told myself it was nothing, just old houses settling, just the imagination of someone tired, alone and already on edge. But I knew it wasn't nothing. There was a presence here, patient and deliberate, waiting for me to notice. I moved down the hall, flashlight beams sweeping over cracked doors, warped floorboards, peeling wallpaper. The house was empty. I told myself that again and again, but every step I took, every creak under my boots, was answered by silence that felt alive. Heavy, judging, waiting. Another door slammed, this time above me, on the other side of the second floor hallway. I froze, breath caught in my chest. My flashlight swung upward, landing on nothing. No doorway, no figure, only shadows, still and deep. The staircase groaned as if reacting to my pause. I want to call dispatch, to ask someone to confirm that I wasn't losing it. But the radio was dead. The whispering static from before now lingered in my ears, even without turning the knob. It was inside my head, curling around my thoughts, twisting them. Not words, not sentences, but intention, presence. I could feel it in the pit of my stomach, a cold knot that refused to unwind. I forced myself forward. Step by careful step, I moved down the hall, flashlight dancing across peeling wallpaper, broken picture frames, doors slightly ajar. Shadows shifted at the edges, too quick to identify, too purposeful to ignore. The house wasn't empty. Something existed here beyond walls, beyond reason, beyond logic. A soft sound came from the far end of the hallway, a whisper, footstep, hard to tell. My pulse leapt, my legs stiff. I told myself to breathe, to think, to stay rational. And yet, every instinct screamed to leave, to flee, to never return. But I couldn't, not until I understood what watched me, what waited, what existed in the shadows of this abandoned house. I approached the nearest doorway. The air felt colder, thicker, pressing against my skin like a tangible thing. My flashlight beam caught something on the floor. Dust disturbed. Tracks small but deliberate. Not human. Not animal. Something that moved when I wasn't looking. I swallowed hard, forcing my heart to slow. Then the door at the end of the hall slammed again, violently this time, rattling the frame. I jumped, flashlight swinging, and my own voice caught in my throat. Silence followed, but it wasn't empty. The air itself seemed to hum, carrying a pressure against my ears, a subtle vibration through my chest. I stepped into the room at the end of the hall. Walls cracked, a single broken chair in the center, dust swirling in the flashlight's beam. Nothing moved. I tried to tell myself I was imagining it, that my mind, frayed by hours of patrol, fog, and exhaustion, was playing tricks. But I couldn't shake the sense of being watched from the corners, from the ceiling, from the space behind the wallboards themselves. A soft, almost imperceptible whisper rose around me. Not words, not language, but a tone that made the hair on my neck rise. I spun, beam cutting across the room, heart racing, stomach tightening. Nothing. Shadows pooled, deeper now, curling at the edges like ink spreading across paper. I backed toward the hallway. The whispering grew slightly, brushing against my ears, brushing against my thoughts. Not threatening, not hostile, patient. Curious, observing, waiting. It was aware of me, of my presence, of my fear, and it lingered in the empty house like it had been there for decades, maybe centuries. I tried the radio again. Static, whispering, a low hum that felt alive, pressing against my mind. I realized then that I had no escape here. The house itself had no doors or windows in its influence. It had me, patiently, waiting. I understood a fundamental truth in that moment. The house wasn't just abandoned. It was aware. It remembered. It held itself in the shadows, unseen, untouchable, yet undeniably present. I retreated down the hall, flashlight beam trembling across broken frames. peeling walls, warped floorboards. Each step felt heavier than the last. The weight of presence pressed against me, silent but undeniable. I wanted to leave, to run to my car, to the safety of the street, to normalcy. But I also knew that leaving wouldn't break its observation. It would follow, patient, unseen, waiting for the moment I thought I was safe. Another door slammed above me. My pulse spiked again. This time, I didn't pause. I ran, feet pounding against the staircase, hands gripping the railing, flashlight beams swinging wildly across the hall. Shadows seemed to shift with me, stretching longer, curling tighter, like they were testing my limits. I burst out into the foggy night. Cold air hit my face, lungs burning. I didn't look back, didn't hesitate. My patrol car sat waiting, engine still running, headlights cutting through the mist. I dove in, slamming the door, locking it, fumbling with the keys. My hands shook, heart thundered. Even as I drove away, the house remained. The whispering static lingered in my mind. Shadows pressed at the edges of my thoughts. It didn't need me to return. It only needed acknowledgement, and I had given it that. I had seen, and now it had marked me. Patient, observant, waiting. And I knew, deep in my bones, that if I ever returned, even just to finish a report, even just to double check, the house would remember. The presence would be there, patient, watching, knowing every step I took, every breath I drew, every moment I thought I was alone. The night had already stretched long before I returned to the house. Even from the street, the buildings seemed to watch me, dark windows like unblinking eyes. The fog lay heavy, curling along the pavement and creeping toward the lawn. My pulse beat faster than it should have, but duty, or perhaps obsession, pushed me forward. I had to know. I had to see if what I felt earlier was real, or if my mind was finally unraveling under exhaustion. I parked on the cracked driveway again, hands gripping the wheel a little too tightly. The air smelled damp, like wet earth mixed with something metallic, something decayed. I stepped out and grabbed my flashlight, fingers trembling. Every instinct screamed to stay in the car, to leave, to run. But I didn't. I had to go back inside. The front door gave way under my hand with an eerie ease. The creak of the hinges sounded amplified in the cold, silent air. Dust swirled in the beam of my flashlight, disturbed by my movement. I could hear the faint groan of floorboards, each step echoing down the hall. The air was thick, heavy, pressing against my skin. And then I heard it, a whisper, soft, indistinct, like a voice speaking just beyond comprehension. My stomach tightened. I froze. Listen. My breath came in shallow gasps. The whisper came again, closer, clearer, though still unintelligible. It seemed to emanate from inside the walls themselves, curling around me, pressing in, brushing at the edges of my mind. I gripped my flashlight tighter, told myself it was the wind, the settling of an old house, my imagination running wild. But every hair on my body stood on end. I could feel eyes on me, though I couldn't see anything. Presence, patient, observing. I moved cautiously down the hall. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, wrapping around me like a low fog. I realized they weren't coming from one place. They were everywhere, yet nowhere, echoing through the walls. I pressed my ear to a section of peeling wallpaper, listening. The words, or fragments of words, were just beyond comprehension. Names, perhaps? Please. Warnings. I couldn't tell. A door at the end of the hall groaned, as if moved by the wind. I approached slowly, flashlight beam quivering. The whispers grew louder, almost conversational, pressing against my ears. I felt them in my chest, like the house itself had a heartbeat. And then the door opened on its own. I froze, breath caught in my throat. The room beyond was dark, empty, or so it seemed. My flashlight beam scanned over dusty furniture, broken frames, warped floors. Nothing moved. And yet the whispers continued, curling into the room, brushing against my mind, tugging at my focus. I stepped inside. Each footfall sounded deafening in the silence. I swung the flashlight toward the far wall and froze. There pressed against the peeling wallpaper, were marks, hundreds of tiny scratches, etched into the plaster, running in patterns too deliberate to be random. They looked like letters, symbols, names. I crouched, running my fingers over the grooves. The plaster was cold, rough, but somehow alive. The whispers intensified, curling around me. My skin crawled. I backed up slowly, heart hammering. The beam of my flashlight swung, landing on another wall. More scratches, more names. And then I saw it, a handprint. Not small, not human, but impossible, pressed deep into the wall. The plaster seemed distorted around it, almost breathing, like the hand had left a permanent impression of something alive, something that had been here before me. I stumbled backward, hitting the edge of a table. The whispering grew louder, layered, overlapping voices that seemed to come from every direction at once. I wanted to scream, to run, to break free from the house's grip, but my legs refused to move. The presence was patient, deliberate, and I felt myself being measured, cataloged, understood in ways I didn't want. Then I heard a distinct sound, a soft, deliberate scraping coming from inside the walls. Step by step, closer. Something shifting behind the plaster. My flashlight flickered as if reacting to the movement. Shadows stretching unnaturally across the room. I realized with sudden clarity that the house was not empty. Not just empty. It held something. Something patient. Something aware. Something that had been waiting. I stumbled toward the door, flashlight trembling. The whispers surged, pressing into my mind with an almost physical force. I understood that whatever was inside those walls had not forgotten me. It remembered my earlier intrusion. It had been observing, waiting, shaping the space, feeding on my attention. And then the scraping stopped. Silence, heavy and absolute. I froze, unsure whether relief or fear should dominate. Then, faintly, from the corner of the room, I saw movement. Shadows shifted against the far wall. A figure? Impossible. My mind tried to make sense of it, but the shape was wrong. Elongated, distorted, its edges shimmering in the beam of the flashlight. It didn't have clear features, just a sense of form, of intent. Watching me. Waiting. I backed away. The flashlight caught something else on the floor. A small object, blackened, charred maybe, like a fragment of something that had been burned or broken. I picked it up. My hand shook. The whispering resumed, louder now, almost urgent. I realized the object must have been part of the house's memory. Something left behind. Something it wanted me to see. And then, as quickly as it had started, the presence retreated. The shadows fell still. The whispers faded into nothing. My flashlight steadied. The room was empty again, or seemed to be. I stumbled out of the house, gasping, hands shaking, clutching fragment. The fog outside seemed thinner, less oppressive, but the weight in my chest remained. I could still feel it, lingering at the edges of my perception. Patient, observing, waiting. Back in the patrol car, I tried the radio. Static, whispering. Not words, not sentences, but a pulse. Presence. I knew that leaving wouldn't break it. The house had marked me. In the scratches, the walls, the fragment I held. Something of it had followed me. Always patient, always aware. I drove slowly down Cedar Lane, eyes scanning every shadow, every reflection. My mind reeled with what I had seen, what I had heard, what I couldn't explain. I realized that the line between reality and something else had blurred. The house wasn't just a structure. It wasn't just old wood and plaster. It was alive in a way I couldn't comprehend, and it had reached out to me, if only through memory, through whispers, through fragments of its being. I wanted to rationalize it. Exhaustion, stress, fatigue, imagination. But none of that could explain the object I held. The scratches on the walls, the whispers that still echoed in my mind. Something was there. Something patient, deliberate, aware. And it was not done with me. I left the neighborhood before sunrise, but the feeling followed. Shadows in the corners of my vision. The quiet pressure at the edges of my thoughts. The lingering doubt about what was real and what was not. I realized with a sinking certainty that the house had claimed a piece of me, not physically, Not a way I could see, but in the spaces my mind could reach. The spaces where fear lives, where doubt lingers, where reality begins to feel fragile. And I knew, deep down, that returning was inevitable. That the house, patient and aware, would wait. That the voices behind the walls, whispering, observing, shaping, would not let me forget. I still don't know what I expected to find inside that house. A person? Evidence? Closure? But what I found was something older, patient, and far more terrifying. Something that exists in the space between sound and silence, shadow and light, fear and understanding. Something that waits, always behind the walls. The bridge always looked different at night. During the day, it was just another stretch of steel and asphalt, humming with traffic and the distant calls of gulls over the river. At night, though, it became something else entirely. Fog would roll in from the water, thick and wet, swallowing the lines, the lights, even the sound of my own engine. It made the world feel smaller, more fragile, as though the river below had risen up to claim everything above it. I started my shift late, the kind of shift where the streets feel empty but alive, full of small, subtle movements that set your nerves on edge. The bridge was part of my route, a long stretch that connected the industrial outskirts to the quieter suburbs. Normally, I could see the river on both sides, faint glimmers of lights reflecting off the water, the far shore just a dark line against the sky. Tonight, the fog was thicker than I'd ever seen it. It clung to the car, curling around the tires, pressing against the windshield like a living thing. I slowed the patrol car, letting the low beams cut shallow arcs through the mist. The usual hum of the engine sounded muted, muffled, as if the fog absorbed the sound itself. It was quiet in a way that felt unnatural. No wind, no distant car horns, no gulls, no industrial clamor from the docks. Just a faint, mechanical groan of the bridge beneath my tires. I ran through my routine checks, radio, lights, siren, everything functioning. Nothing unusual. Nothing to indicate the unease curling in my chest. Still, the hair on the back of my neck stood on end. Fog like this didn't just roll in naturally. It didn't sit still, dense, clinging to every surface, pushing outward, shifting in ways that made the bridge feel longer than it should. I reached the middle of the bridge and slowed further. My headlights cut through maybe 20 feet of white-gray nothingness. The railings disappeared into the mist. The river below was gone. Even the streetlights above were swallowed, their halos diffused into endless gray. I turned on the interior light for a moment, catching my reflection in the rear view mirror. My own face looked sharper, eyes wider than usual, sweat starting to bead along my hairline. I swallowed, forcing myself to breathe normally. I checked the radio. Static, whispered chatter I couldn't quite make out. I frowned and adjusted the dial. Dispatch, Unit 4. Do you copy? Nothing but crackling. Low, persistent. Not the usual interference from a bridge or distance. This felt different. Like a signal trying to form words, but failing. My pulse picked up. I told myself it was nothing. Just old equipment. Just fog. Just nerves. But my instincts, the ones honed after years on night shifts, told me something was off. I drove slowly, scanning both sides of the bridge. The fog seemed to shift with me, rolling ahead just as I reached the edge of visibility. Shadows flickered at the edges, but when I focused, nothing was there, just mist, curling around the metal supports. Stretching over the water I could barely see. I caught movement out of the corner of my eye. Something small, maybe a figure on the shoulder of the bridge. My heart jumped. I swerved slightly, trying to catch it in the headlights. Empty. Just fog, just mist, curling in unnatural patterns. I told myself to stay calm. Patrol was routine. Nothing here could hurt me. And then I heard it. A soft scrape. Not from the car. Not from the tires. Somewhere on the bridge, coming from the railings, maybe from below, I couldn't tell. It was deliberate, slow, rhythmic, and it stopped whenever I turned my head directly toward it. I swallowed hard and pressed the accelerator slightly. The fog thickened instantly, as though it were reacting. My headlights barely penetrated it now. The bridge seemed endless, stretching farther than it should, the dark line of the far shore hidden. The static on the radio flared again, a low whispering that tickled my ears. Words? I couldn't tell. Names? Maybe, or just noise shaped to sound like meaning. I gripped the wheel tighter, knuckles white, breath fog inside the patrol car. I forced myself to focus on the road. The scraping returned, softer this time, behind me or ahead of me. I couldn't tell. My heart thundered. I tried talking into the radio again, my voice tight, sharp. Dispatch, Unifor. Aye. The radio cut completely. Dead. Silence. Total silence. I realized then that no one could hear me. Not here. Not through this fog. The bridge, the mist, the static. It had swallowed everything. I was alone. I tried to rationalize. Fog happens. Night shifts are quiet. Exhaustion makes your mind play tricks. But the instinct in my chest, that tight coil of fear, told me otherwise. Something was here. Watching. Waiting. Patient. Deliberate. I slowed again, scanning the fog. Headlights barely cut through. And there it was, a shadow. Movement at the edge of visibility. A figure. Humanoid. Standing on the shoulder of the bridge. Not moving toward me. Not retreating. Just there, watching. I froze, foot hovering over the brake, breath caught in my throat. My mind tried to rationalize. Hitchhiker? Trespasser? Drunk? But the bridge was deserted. The fog was too thick. No one could have crossed unseen. And yet there was silhouette dark and still, features indistinguishable. I reached for the siren. My hands trembled. I want to call out, tell the figure to move, to identify itself. My mouth opened. Words didn't come. And when I blinked, just for a moment, it was gone. No shadow, no figure, just fog curling along the rails, drifting over the river. My pulse didn't slow. My stomach tightened. The scraping sound had stopped, the whispering static on the radio gone, but the feeling remained. Heavy, watching, patient. I forced myself forward. The bridge, though familiar, seemed to stretch endlessly now. Streetlights loomed in the fog like distant moons. I checked the rear-view mirror obsessively. Nothing, not even a hint of movement. And yet, every instinct told me I was being followed, observed, measured. I passed the midpoint, fog thinning slightly, but the pressure didn't ease. My headlights caught something small on the pavement ahead, a dark smudge, or a figure crouched low, impossible to identify. I swerved, heart hammering, shining the light directly. Nothing, just the asphalt, slick with moisture, glistening under the beams. I forced myself to breathe, to stay rational. Routine patrol, night shift, bridge fog, nothing to fear, nothing. And yet, I couldn't shake the sense of being in a place that didn't obey the rules, that didn't obey time, that stretched and shifted according to some unseen logic. The fog had weight, density, intent. I could feel it pressing, curling, folding around the patrol car, around me, around my thoughts. I checked the mirrors one last time before reaching the end of the bridge. Nothing. The fog thinned. The city lights appeared ahead, distant, warm, normal. My pulse slowed reluctantly. I told myself it was over. Just fog, just nerves. But I knew it wasn't. Even as I drove off the bridge, even as the fog receded behind me, I could feel the weight of something patient lingering, waiting, observing. Somewhere in that mist, on that long, foggy stretch of steel and asphalt, there had been presence, and it had not let me forget it. No radio, no static, no shadows, just a memory of something that had been there, deliberate, aware, and impossibly patient. And I knew, deep in my chest, that the next night I crossed that bridge, if I did, it would be waiting. The memory of the bridge still pressed against my mind, heavy and cold, as I returned to my patrol route that night. Fog hung low again, denser than anything I'd seen in years, rolling over the asphalt like a living thing. Every streetlight was a halo, diffused and softened by the mist. Every sound, my tires on wet pavement, the hum of the engine, felt muted, distant, as if swallowed by the night itself. I had barely passed the turn for the long curve over the river when I saw them. Headlights, faint, flickering through the thick fog. At first, I thought it was another vehicle crossing from the opposite direction. Routine, nothing unusual. But as I got closer, something felt off. The lights weren't following the rules of the road. They swayed, shifting side to side, weaving as if uncertain of direction. They didn't dim or brighten with distance as normal headlights would. They existed in the mist like they belonged there, but not in the world. I slowed the patrol car, eyes squinting through the glass, fog streaking the windshield. The lights ahead, two bright, pale beams, move erratically, drifting closer and farther as though testing the space between us. I reached for the radio. Dispatch, Unit 7. I've got traffic ahead. Approaching. Nothing. The static crackled faintly, but no response came. I blinked, my pulse quickening. The lights weren't on the road. They hovered above it, almost floating, shifting unpredictably. Every instinct in me told me to keep distance, to slow, to wait it out. But another part, the part that had learned in years of night shifts not to ignore the unusual, compelled me forward. I edged closer. The fog swirled around the beams, thick and damp, curling at the edges like it was alive. The air smelled faintly metallic, wet. I could hear my own breath against the windshield. The headlights stayed ahead, erratic but deliberate, never colliding with anything visible. I realized with a sickening clarity that there was no road beneath them, or if there was, it had vanished into the mist. I reached the point where the lights should have been close enough to identify. Headlights, a car, someone inside, anything. But the moment I got near, they vanished, gone. I skidded slightly, heart hammering, hands white on the wheel. My own headlights cut through the mist, revealing only road, empty, slick, unbroken. I told myself it was a trick of the fog, a reflection, an optical illusion, exhaustion, nerves, anything rational. But the sensation that had been coiling inside my chest since the bridge, the feeling of being watched, of the world bending around me, had returned, and it was stronger. I continued slowly, scanning both sides of the road. The mist seemed to thicken again, curling at the edges of the patrol car, and then, without warning, the headlights reappeared, farther ahead, flickering erratically, dancing as if taunting me. I blinked. They were not bound to the road, not bound to physics. They moved on their own, floating, drifting, occasionally dimming then brightening, always ahead, always just out of reach. I wanted to turn around. I wanted to call dispatch, to tell someone else to come check the route. But the radio remained dead. Static, whispered tones, faint, almost syllables, but never complete words. Nothing that made sense, nothing that reassured. Only the sound of the fog pressing against the car, against my ears, against my chest. I gripped the wheel tighter, forcing my pulse to slow, breath even, eyes focused. Slowly, cautiously, I followed the lights. Every time I drew near, they vanished, only to reappear somewhere else in the mist. It was impossible, irrational, but it was happening, and my instincts told me this wasn't normal. Time seemed to stretch. Minutes passed, but it felt like hours. The fog swallowed everything beyond 10 feet. The lights appeared sporadically, like specters, gliding, hovering, defying logic. I thought about the stories I'd heard over the years. The strange phenomena on this stretch of highway, the ghostly sightings, the vehicles that vanish in fog, never taken seriously. Until now, I tried to rationalize again. Reflections off the wet road, another vehicle with bright headlights, hidden by the mist, but the motion was too erratic, too intelligent, too aware. The headlights weren't random. They were deliberate, testing me, measuring me, watching. And then, when I drew near a curve in the road, I saw it, or part of it, a dark form just at the edge of the fog, too indistinct to identify. Headlights of another vehicle should have illuminated it, but the fog swallowed it completely. I saw only a suggestion of shape, something standing, hovering maybe just beyond the edge of perception. My pulse jumped. The hair on my arms and neck rose. I slowed to a crawl, Flashlight on the dashboard forgotten, eyes locked on the mist. The lights flickered closer, then vanished again. Nothing behind me, nothing beside me. The road was empty, silent. But the pressure remained, at my chest, at my temples, curling around my thoughts. Patient, deliberate, observing. I tried call out, voice hoarse. Hello? Is anyone there? Nothing but the muffled hiss of fog rolling across the pavement. My voice sounded small, swallowed. I realized then that the lights weren't just strange. They were testing limits, testing boundaries, seeing how I would react, seeing how far I would go before turning back. I forced myself to continue, step by slow step, inching forward. Headlights reappeared briefly, then vanished again, always just ahead, always elusive. The fog clung, curling around the car, sticky, heavy, pressing against the windows. I could feel my pulse in my ears, could feel the presence in the mist. Not physical, not tangible, but there, a sudden flash, bright, blinding. I slammed my eyes shut instinctively. When I opened them, the headlights had vanished. Again, I sat frozen, heartbeat racing, pulse echoing in my chest. The fog had thinned slightly, but the feeling of being watched, measured, observed remained. I realized I couldn't escape it by driving faster. The lights would adjust, appear further ahead. The fog would follow, thickening, curling, and the presence, whatever it was, would remain, patient, intelligent, waiting. Minutes later, or hours, I couldn't tell. The fog thin enough that the faint glow of the city appeared ahead. Streetlights, normal, mundane, grounding. The headlights did not appear again. The pressure in my chest eased slightly, but the awareness did not leave. I knew it had followed me, in some sense, marking me, observing how I reacted, testing me. I reached the city limits and finally allowed myself to breathe. Headlights of actual vehicles, normal ones, moved on the streets. The fog broke apart, retreating into shadows and corners. My hands shook, gripping the wheel. I tried the radio again. Static, weak, whispered tones again, but nothing coherent, nothing to reassure me. Even after I parked at the precinct, even after I stepped inside and locked the door behind me, I could feel it, the ghostly weight of those erratic lights, the way they moved through fog, always just ahead, never touching, never stopping, watching, waiting. Sleep came fitfully, dreams of fog, headlights, shapes that appeared and vanished, movement that obeyed no rules, shapes standing just beyond the edge of perception. And when I woke, the memory of the lights lingered, the sense that something patient, deliberate, intelligent, and impossibly aware had been on that bridge that night, and had followed me farther than I could see, remained. I know, deep down, that the fog will return, that the headlights will reappear, that the presence, patient and observing, will test me again, and when it does, I won't be able to pretend it's nothing. I didn't expect to see anyone on the bridge that night. Fog hung low, the river invisible beneath me, and the streetlights barely cut through the thick gray. Everything had the kind of silence that presses against your chest, makes every nerve stand on edge. And yet, as I approached the midpoint, I saw it, a figure just ahead, apparently tumbling over the railing. I slammed the brakes, heart hammering. The patrol car skidding slightly on the slick asphalt. Headlights illuminated the space where the figure should have landed, but the river was gone, hidden in fog. I thought, first, that it must have fallen into the water, that it would be screaming, flailing, struggling to stay afloat. I called over the radio, "Dispatch, Unit 7, possible jumper, mid-bridge, need backup." Nothing but static. My pulse jumped. I called again, repeating myself, voice rising with panic. Still nothing. I forced the car into park and jumped out, coat snapping in the cold, damp wind, flashlight in hand. The fog curled around me, thick and sticky, damp on my face, swirling as though alive. I ran to the railing, peering down into the mist. The bridge dropped away into white-gray nothingness. No splash, no figure, nothing but fog, rolling and curling. My mind reeled. The figure had fallen. It had to have. But there was nothing. The river below was completely invisible. I leaned closer, chest pressing metal, flashlight cutting into the white, desperate to see some hint of shape. Nothing. I called out, voice sharp and urgent. "Hey, are you okay? Can you hear me?" Silence. Only the muffled hum of the engine behind me and the faint creak of the bridge beneath my feet. My stomach twisted. I told myself it had been an illusion. Fog playing tricks, my eyes straining, exhaustion and nerves feeding my imagination. But my instinct screamed that I had seen a person fall. Hadn't I? I ran along the railing, scanning for any indication. The fog shifted unnaturally, parting here and there to reveal the asphalt, the railing, the occasional warning sign. Nothing else. No footprints. No handprints. No body. Nothing to explain what I had seen. I tried to rationalize again. Perhaps it was a hallucination. The fog. The long hours on patrol, the quiet. Everything pressing against the mind. Maybe my brain had conjured movement. But I remembered the detail. The jacket. The way the figure tumbled, not smoothly but awkwardly, jerking in motion. That kind of detail doesn't come from imagination. Not like that. I checked under the patrol car, just in case. Nothing. The bridge was empty. Even the fog seemed thicker now, curling around the streetlights, pressing closer, as if watching my every move. I stepped back from the railing, heartbeat rapid. Every instinct told me to leave, to get out of the fog, back into the normal world where things obeyed logic. But something held me there, a compulsion I didn't understand. I walked slowly along the bridge, eyes scanning, ears straining. The fog whispered faintly, or maybe it was a wind, or maybe, God help me, it was something else. I stopped at the midpoint, leaning against a railing, flashlight sweeping. The shape had been right there, just there. My mind replayed it in endless loops. The fall, the jerk of movement, the hopeless sense of inevitability. And yet, nothing. The fog was absolute, silent, empty. I stepped back and looked toward the far end of the bridge. The streetlights faded into the gray, each one distorted by the moisture in the air. I felt a strange vertigo, as though the bridge had grown longer, stretching beyond normal perception. I forced myself to take a deep breath. Rational thought. Check everything. Routine. Patrol. Nothing extraordinary here. And yet, my pulse still raced. My stomach twisted. Something had happened. Or perhaps something had been there and wasn't anymore. I tried the radio again. Weak static. Whispers, faint and incoherent. Nothing I could interpret. No backup. No reassurance. Only fog, pressing alive. I walked back toward my car, flashlight sweeping, scanning the fog for movement. Shadows shifted at the edges, vague, ambiguous. Every time I thought I saw something, a shape, a silhouette, a reflection in the fog, it vanished when I looked directly, just like the headlights the other night, just like the presence on the bridge before. I got back into the car, hands trembling, and checked the rear-view mirror. Empty, silent. The fog rolled past, curling against the tires, wrapping around the car like it was part of some impossible tide. I wanted to leave. I wanted to drive off, leave the bridge, leave the fog, leave the impossible. But I couldn't. Not yet. I had to understand. Had to see if there was evidence, any clue of what I had seen. The rational part of my mind, trained for years in patrol, in investigation, kept pushing. Standard procedure. Check everything. Document everything. I drove slowly to the far end of the bridge, scanning with the flashlight mounted on the dashboard. Fog thickened around each streetlight, blurring the edges of the asphalt. And then, just at the edge of my peripheral vision, I saw movement again. Not a figure this time. Something smaller, slower, closer to the railing. I slammed on the brakes, heart pounding. Nothing. I shone the beam of the flashlight into the mist. Empty, just fog, rolling, curling, impossible. I leaned out the window, trying to see the river below. Anything at all. Water? Rocks? A body? Nothing. Just white, gray, and the distant hum of the city, faint, unreal, as if from another world. I knew I should leave. I knew the fog had warped perception before, had toyed with me, made me doubt reality. But the memory of the figure falling, the jerk of motion, the detail of clothing, made rationality impossible. Something had been here and it was gone. Not drowned. Not on the bridge. Gone. I considered calling the local police, reporting what I had seen. But how do you report someone who vanished into fog? How do you explain movement that obeys no laws of physics? My mind spun with possibilities, none of them comforting. I finally put the patrol car in gear and drove slowly off the bridge. Headlights cut through the fog just enough to see the road ahead. The city lights appeared in the distance, grounding, normal, mundane. Still, I couldn't shake the sensation, the weight of something patient, deliberate, lingering, watching. Even now, when I think back, I can see the way the fog curled, hear the faint whispering static on the radio, feel the pressure of whatever presence hovered, waiting, patient. And I know, deep in my chest, that it is still there on the bridge, somewhere between the fog and the river, waiting for the next patrol, the next witness. I haven't returned. I haven't crossed that bridge at night since. And yet, every foggy night, when I drive near the river, I feel the same weight in the chest, the same sensation of something that falls, but never lands. Watching, testing, patient, I can only wonder who or what falls next. I didn't want to return to the bridge that night, after the incident with the falling figure. It had been burned into my memory. The fog, the silence, the way reality seemed to bend. But duty doesn't allow hesitation. Another shift, another call, another stretch of road that I had to patrol, and somehow the bridge had called me back. Or maybe I just called myself back, drawn to it by curiosity I didn't want to admit. The fog was heavier this time. Not the mist that rolls lazily across fields, but thick, viscous fog that clung to the asphalt, curling around my tires and swallowing the headlights in front of me. The streetlights barely penetrated it. Their glow was dim, muted, ghostly. Even the bridge seemed longer tonight, stretching farther than memory allowed, a ribbon of wet black disappearing into nothing. I gripped the wheel tighter. The patrol car moved slowly, cautiously. Every instinct screamed that I was being watched. Not by another human, not by a creature I could see, but by the fog itself or what lingered in it. It was a presence, patient, deliberate, aware of my every movement. I told myself it was the echo of the last time, residual fear, rational thought, but the tightness in my chest, the prickling at the back of my neck, told me otherwise. As I reached the midpoint, I noticed a silence. It wasn't just quiet like a normal foggy night. It was absolute. No wind, no hum of the tires, no hum of the river below, nothing. The fog absorbed sound. Or maybe it was hiding it. My pulse thumped loud in my ears. I tried to tell myself that I was imagining things, that nerves were playing tricks on me, but the silence was so deep, so unnatural, that my mind rebelled against rational thought. I stopped the car briefly, engine idling. Headlights cut weakly into the gray, illuminating only fog. I strained to see, and then it hit me, the feeling of being followed, not in the usual sense. There was no sound, no shadow, no reflection in the mirrors, but it was there, patient, watching, moving along with me. The pressure was subtle but undeniable, like the air itself had weight. I leaned forward slightly, eyes scanning. I want to call it in, but the radio was unreliable again. Static, soft whispers barely audible, unintelligible, and then silence. No reassurance. Only that weight at my back, my sides, my chest. I felt trapped on the bridge, alone, while something unseen mirrored every move I made. I tried to focus on the road, on the streetlights ahead, on the curve at the far end. Anything ordinary. But the fog seemed to stretch and shift with me, curling unnaturally around the posts, bending space as though it were alive. A misstep of perception, perhaps, but it made the hairs on my arms rise and my stomach twist. I forced myself to drive forward, slowly. Every meter felt stretched, elongated, as if the bridge were drawing me further into some other place. My headlights cut weakly into the mist, revealing only more fog. But I felt it move with me, patiently, intelligently, waiting. Then I thought I saw it, a shadow flickering at the edge of vision. A human shape? Maybe, maybe not. Every time I tried to focus, it dissolved into the fog, leaving only the sense that it had been there, that it had been watching me. My pulse quickened. My fingers tightened around the wheel. I stopped again, engine humming softly, fog pressing against the tires, curling around the frame like a living thing. I scanned, called out, "Hello? Anyone there?" My voice sounded tinny, distant, swallowed by the dense mist. Silence. Absolute silence. I got out of the car. Needed to feel solid ground. Needed to see if I was alone. Flashlight in hand, I stepped onto the asphalt, the beam cutting a narrow path through the fog. Every sound of the car settling behind me was amplified in the absence of all else. The fog swirled around my boots, damp, cold, almost sticky. I walked a few steps forward. Nothing. Only fog. Only the way the bridge stretched impossibly ahead. The curve disappearing into gray oblivion. I turned slowly, scanning behind me. Empty. Silent. And yet I felt it, trailing, patient, observing, following my heartbeat, measuring my fear. I walked farther, trying to rationalize. Could be exhaustion. Could be the lingering impression of the falling figure. Could be my mind tricking me, craving horror after so many late-night shifts. But the pressure at my back refused to be explained. Subtle, yes, but real. Real enough to make every instinct scream at me to run, to leave, to escape the bridge and never look back. I paused at the midpoint, flashlight sweeping. That's when I noticed the lights. Faint, irregular reflections off the fog. Not headlights, not street lights. Tiny glimmers, as if the fog itself was trembling. I blinked, heart jumping, and the reflections shifted. I couldn't focus on them. Couldn't tell if they were ahead, behind, or beside me, only that they existed. I tried to speak again. "Who's there?" My voice quavered. The air felt heavier, the fog denser. The glimmers grew stronger, sharper, fleeting. It was aware of me, and I was aware of it. A terrible awareness that made rational thought slip away. I felt compelled to move. Couldn't stay still. Every second stationary seemed to make the presence stronger, closer, as if it could reach out to the fog, through the bridge, into my chest. My legs moved on their own, taking me forward along the wet asphalt. Headlights in the patrol car barely cut the gray, my flashlight beam wavering with each step. I tried to look down at the river, to orient myself. Nothing. Fog swallowed everything. The water, the supports, the cables. Nothing visible, only the impossible gray, curling alive. And then, at the periphery of vision, movement again. Something humanoid? Or just my mind? I couldn't tell. I stopped, forced my breathing steady, gripping the flashlight. The presence was patient, waiting. I could feel it in the subtle tightening of my chest, the hairs along my neck rising. I told myself it wasn't real. Just nerves, just imagination. But my pulse betrayed me. My hands shook. I was not alone. Minutes or hours passed. Time seemed to stretch on the bridge, fog bending perception, bending reality. I moved forward, compelled by some mixture of fear, duty, and obsession. Every step made the pressure stronger, more insistent. My flashlight illuminated only the fog, nothing else. No shape, no shadow, nothing tangible. I tried to recall training, logic, procedure. Stay calm, observe, document. Nothing. No rational explanation fit. The presence was not a shape, not a figure. It was awareness, intelligence, patience, and it was here, watching, measuring, waiting. Finally, I reached the far end of the bridge, where the fog thinned slightly. Streetlights appeared, mundane and reassuring, cutting through mist just enough to see the road ahead. The presence eased, receding like a tide, but it did not leave. I felt marked, observed, as though the bridge had imprinted itself on me in some impossible, lingering way. I drove off slowly, eyes constantly scanning the rearview mirror, heart racing, pulse still hammering in my ears. Every shadow, every curve of the fog, every glimmer of reflected light made me flinch. I knew it followed in some sense, not physically, but mentally, spiritually, perceptually. Patient, deliberate, waiting. I parked at the precinct hours later, exhausted, shaking, unable to shake the memory. Even in the normal world, the fog clung to me, in dreams and reflections, in the silent spaces between breaths. And I knew, deep down, that it would be there again, waiting, watching, patient, inevitable. The bridge is not just concrete and steel. It's a threshold, a space where the rules bend, where the fog is alive, aware, and where something unseen can trail you, patient, measuring. I survived this patrol, but I can't shake the knowledge that the bridge waits, ready for the next crossing, the next heartbeat, the next witness. And when I return, because someday I will, whether by choice or fate, it will be there again, patient and aware, and I will feel its presence at my back as it watches, as it waits. I never liked working the late-night shifts. Something about warehouses in the middle of the night always set my nerves on edge. They were supposed to be empty, silent, functional spaces, but there's a certain emptiness that isn't silence. It presses against you. You feel eyes where there aren't any, and every sound echoes like it's magnified 100 times. I pulled into the loading yard just past midnight. The security lights flickered weakly over the rows of metal shelving visible through the warehouse doors. Everything was supposed to be in order. Inventory check, routine inspection, another boring patrol task. But the moment I stepped out of the patrol car, the air felt different. Heavy, expectant. The door was unlocked. Someone had left it that way. Maybe the night crew, maybe a mistake. I pushed it open, flashlight cutting through the blackness inside. My boots echoed on the concrete floor, loud in the cavernous space. I shined a beam over pallets stacked with boxes, over the machinery left dormant, over the racks of materials. And everywhere I looked, shadows clung to the corners. That's when I heard it. The first noise. A soft scrape, distant, like a pallet being nudged. My hand instinctively went to my radio. Dispatch, this is Unit 7. Warehouse clear for inventory check. Possible movement inside. Requesting acknowledgement. Static. My voice sounded swallowed by the warehouse. I tried again. Nothing but silence. I told myself it was a box shifting. Maybe a rat. Maybe the wind through a cracked window. Rational explanations. Grounding thoughts. Still, the hairs on my arms rose. The air thick in my lungs. Every step I took made my own footfalls seem louder than they should be. I moved deeper into the warehouse. Flashlight sweeping. Every shadow a potential threat. Or maybe it was just the way my mind played tricks. The smell of damp cardboard and oil hung in the air, making me tense with every inhale. And then there was again that noise, closer this time. A dragging, scraping sound from somewhere behind a stack of crates. I froze, listening, my breath loud, uneven, fogging in the cold air. The warehouse was supposed to be empty. It was supposed to be safe. My hand clenched around the flashlight, knuckles white. I spoke again, voice firmer, trying to sound calm. Hello? Anyone there? No answer, only silence and the faint scrape, shifting now to the far side of the warehouse. My pulse quickened. I stepped toward it cautiously, every nerve screaming to turn back, to run, but duty or stubborn curiosity pushed me forward. The closer I got, the more my mind played tricks. Shadows seemed to stretch unnaturally, walls bending, the far end of the warehouse appearing farther than it should. The scraping sound stopped suddenly. My heart hammered, a mix of relief and fear. And then the whispering started, soft, incoherent, almost under my breath. I spun the flashlight, beams slicing through the darkness, but the warehouse remained empty. I told myself it was a wind, shifting through cracks in the metal siding. But the whispering continued, irregular, faint, a human-like cadence that made my stomach twist. It was a kind of sound that makes your own voice catch in your throat when you try to call out. I moved on, flashlight trembling slightly in my hand. I checked each aisle, each row of pallets, every corner I could reach. Nothing. Empty boxes. Dust-covered floors. Machinery silent and unmoving. And yet, the feeling remained. that I was not alone, that I was being watched. I paused near a row of tall metal shelves. The beam of my flashlight caught something. Just for a second, a dark figure unmoving in the shadow between two crates. I froze, breath caught in my chest, blinked. Nothing. The figure had vanished, as though it had been part of the shadows themselves. My pulse hammered. Rationality was slipping. I tried to ground myself. It's just shadows, I muttered under my breath. Just tricks of the light. But my hand shook, the flashlight beam wavering across the aisles. Every step echoed unnaturally. Every breath felt amplified, and the whispering seemed to follow me, fading when I stopped, returning when I moved. I reached the end of the warehouse, where crates were stacked haphazardly, leaving narrow gaps between. The scraping sound returned, louder, deliberate, like someone dragging their feet across the floor, careful not to be seen. My flashlight trembled in my grip as I swept the beam along the floor, along the crates, along the gaps. Empty. Nothing. But my gut told me otherwise. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. Step by step, I moved between the stacks, flashlight cutting through the darkness. And then I saw it, a reflection, not in glass, not in metal, but on the polished concrete floor. A figure, just barely visible, kneeling between two pallets. It didn't move as I approached. My heart froze. I lunged forward, turning the flashlight directly on it. Nothing. The reflection was gone. Only my own shadow stretching long and distorted across the floor. I staggered back, chest heaving. Rational thought, logical reasoning, all screaming at me to leave. But a part of me, some morbid curiosity, pushed forward. I checked each aisle, each stack, every corner, every shadow. Nothing. And yet, the whispering persisted. Faint, incomprehensible, human-like but impossible. It twisted my thoughts, curling around my mind, seeding doubt. Was it really there? Had I imagined it all? Or was it waiting, patient, watching me search the empty warehouse? I moved toward the exit, deciding I had enough. Inventory could wait. I didn't need to verify every pallet. I had experienced enough of this place tonight. But as I reached the main doors, I paused. Something on the concrete caught my eye. A dark smear, almost like a shadow left behind. Something darker than the floor around it. I leaned closer, heart thumping. The smear didn't have edges. It was more like a presence pressed into the surface. I touched it lightly with the flashlight handle. Nothing. And yet, the whispering rose slightly, almost a hiss. My stomach twisted. I ran to the doors, yanking them open. The cold night air hit my face, sharp and clean, and the fog in the yard seemed normal, mundane. My pulse was still racing, but the warehouse behind me remained silent, empty, normal. I glanced back once before climbing into the patrol car. The warehouse sat under the flickering security lights, inert, lifeless. And yet, I knew what I had experienced inside. I knew the weight of the presence, the whispers, the impossibility of what I had seen. Even now, when I think back, I feel it. The pressure in the chest, the whispers at the edge of hearing, the impossibility of emptiness that isn't empty. And I know that warehouse waits, patient, watching. And for anyone else who might wander inside at midnight, it will be ready. I drove away slowly, lights cutting weakly through the fog. Every shadow on the asphalt seemed to flicker unnaturally. Every gust of wind felt deliberate. My mind kept replaying the warehouse, the figure in the shadows, the reflections on the floor, the whispers. I told myself it was imagination, nerves, a late-night hallucination. Rational thought tried to anchor me, but deep down I knew it was real. That night, I learned again what I had always suspected. Some places are alive, not with machinery or people, but with attention, with memory, with something that observes and waits, patient, deliberate, in the corners of vision, in the space between thoughts. The warehouse is quiet, empty, but it is not safe. And I know if I return, I will not be alone. I told myself I was imagining things when I returned to the warehouse. After the first visit, the logical part of my brain demanded that I stay away. Let it be chalk it up to nerves and isolation. But I couldn't. That sense of being watched, the whispers at the edges of hearing, the impossible shadows, they had rooted themselves in my mind. I had to see for myself. I had to know. The night was colder this time. The fog hung low across the yard outside, pressing against the walls of the building like a living thing. I parked the patrol car a few meters from the entrance, engine idling, and watched the shadows shift under the flickering security lights. They seemed to twitch in ways the lights alone couldn't explain, stretching just a little too long, bending slightly, as if aware of my gaze. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out. Each footfall echoed across the empty yard. My stomach twisted, a familiar ache of dread and anticipation. I reached the warehouse door, hand hovering over the handle, and I could feel it. The same weight, the same patient awareness that had been inside last time. It pressed against my chest, subtle but undeniable, like the fog had eyes and the walls had ears. I pushed the door open, and darkness swallowed me again. The flashlight beam cut a thin path through black, illuminating the aisles of metal shelves and stacks of crates. Everything was in order, nothing moved, nothing breathed. But the air itself felt heavy, expectant. Then I saw it, a shadow, not cast by the overhead lights, not matching any object in the warehouse. It shifted just beyond the edge of my flashlight, bending in ways shadows shouldn't. I froze, hand tightening around the flashlight, chest pounding. The shadow stretched upward, then compressed low, then slithered along the floor. Every instinct told me to call for backup, but my voice caught in my throat. I whispered to myself, just to break the silence, "It's nothing, just a trick of the light." But it didn't respond. It moved independently, sliding along the crates, coiling around the corners, twisting impossibly around the gaps between shelves. I turned slowly, trying to keep it in view. Every time I looked directly at it, it seemed to dissolve, then reappear where it had no reason to be. The scraping sound returned, faint at first, like something dragging along the floor. I couldn't tell if it was near or far. My eyes darted through the aisles, scanning every shadow. Nothing, and yet every instinct screamed that the movement I saw wasn't random. It was deliberate, observant, waiting. I tried to rationalize. Maybe rats, maybe a stray animal, maybe an illusion caused by my nerves. But that thought made me laugh quietly, a short, bitter laugh. Rats don't vanish into shadows that don't exist. Rats don't stretch across walls in impossible ways. Rats don't watch you. I moved forward, flashlight sweeping every corner. The beam caught another shadow, long and thin, stretching along the floor, then rising as if climbing an invisible wall. My stomach churned. I could feel my pulse in my throat. Step by step, I advanced, and the shadows moved with me. Not ahead, not behind, but always near, always twisting in ways that defied physics. I whispered again, trying to force some sense into my mind. "You're not real. You're not real." But the warehouse seemed to pulse in response. The shadows shimmered and split, multiplying in ways that shouldn't be possible. I couldn't focus on one, because the next instant, it had shifted, gone, replaced by another. I reached a gap between two tall stacks of crates. The shadow stretched across it, impossibly thin, almost fluid. I held my flashlight steady, trying to see the edges, trying to find a tangible shape. The beam revealed nothing but darkness, yet I could sense it. It was there, pressing against the light, moving around it, playing with it. My hand shook so badly, I nearly dropped the flashlight. A sudden clatter echoed from the far end of the warehouse, metal striking metal. I jumped, heart leaping. The shadow froze in place for a moment, like it had been caught, then melted again, sliding along the walls with unnatural grace. I tried to speak. "Who's there?" My voice sounded small, insignificant. The shadows didn't respond. They just waited, patient, deliberate. I took a cautious step forward. The warehouse seemed to stretch, the aisles longer than I remembered. Every step made the shadows twitch, elongate, bend in ways impossible in normal space. I told myself to stop thinking about it, to breathe, to focus on the task. But the whispers returned low, incomprehensible, circling my ears. I couldn't tell if they were coming from behind walls, from the shadows, or from inside my own head. I advanced further, flashlight cutting a thin path through the black. The shadows moved with uncanny intelligence, adjusting, avoiding, lingering just out of reach. They weren't chasing me, not directly, but they were aware, reacting to my presence, testing me. The realization hit me like a punch in the gut. This wasn't random. This wasn't accidental. Something in this warehouse knew I was here. I forced myself to keep moving, sweeping the light over crates, over the gaps between shelves. I checked every corner, every dark space. Each time I thought I had seen a shadow, it would vanish, leaving only my pulse hammering in my ears. My skin crawled, my stomach twisted. I wanted to turn back, to leave, but some part of me, morbid curiosity or stubbornness or obsession, kept pushing forward. The scraping sound grew louder, deliberate. It came from above this time, from the catwalks high along the walls. My flashlight beam swept upward, catching the metal grating, the suspended platforms. Nothing, but the shadows moved independently, stretching along the beams, twisting around corners, lingering where no light could reach. I stopped mid-aisle, breathing hard, chest tight. The whispers intensified, curling around my thoughts, making it hard to focus. The shadows responded, flicking and coiling, multiplying, stretching. They were alive, aware, intelligent. My mind tried to rationalize, but reason had fled. Only the primal sense of danger remained. I moved again, carefully, inch by inch. Every step brought the shadows closer, not physically, but perceptually. The air felt heavier, thicker. The darkness seemed to cling to me, pressing in, whispering in a language I couldn't understand. I could feel it tracing my movements, anticipating my choices, testing my limits. I reached the far end of the warehouse. The open space there was supposed to be empty, but the shadows had pooled, stretching across the floor, flicking across walls, twisting in impossible ways. I shined the flashlight directly at them. They vanished, every last one. The silence returned, but only for a moment. Then a single shadow remained, or maybe it had always been there. Thin, low to the ground, shapeless, yet deliberate. It moved toward me slowly, testing, teasing, aware of my fear. My heart raced. My hand shook. I wanted to turn, but my legs felt frozen. I whispered to myself, "You're not real. You can't be real." The shadow paused, as if listening, then melted into the black. The air felt lighter. The weight eased slightly. But I knew it hadn't gone. Not really. It lingered in the corners, in the edges of vision, waiting, patient. I left the warehouse trembling. The night outside felt normal, mundane, but the memory of the shadows clung to me. Every corner of my mind replayed them, stretching, bending, watching. I told myself it was imagination. I told myself exhaustion and isolation had played their tricks. Rational thought tried to convince me I was safe. But deep down, I knew the warehouse had eyes, and they had followed me home, and they were waiting. I had been back at the warehouse for what felt like hours, though my watch said barely half an hour had passed. The shadows, the scraping, the whispers, they had become companions I couldn't shake. Every aisle felt like it was closing in, walls bending just enough to remind me that I wasn't alone. I tried to keep moving, trying to check the storage areas I hadn't yet explored, but something drew me toward the small office tucked into the far corner of the warehouse. The door was plain, nondescript, like any administrative office would be. The metal handle was cold under my hand. I pushed and it creaked open. The room smelled of old paper, dust, and something else I couldn't place. Something damp, metallic, faint, but present. I stepped inside, flashlight sweeping. Filing cabinets lined the walls. A desk sat in the center, and a single window showed the darkness outside, faintly illuminated by the flickering security lights. I reached the desk first, checking for anything out of order, thinking maybe a logbook or a misplaced inventory sheet could explain some of the sounds I had been hearing. My hand touched the desktop, and I felt the vibration before I realized it. A low, almost imperceptible hum running to the floor, through the chair, through me. I froze. Then the door clicked. Locked. Behind me. I yanked the handle, rattled it, tried to push it open, but it wouldn't budge. My pulse skyrocketed. I knew the locks worked, but I had left it unlocked when I entered. Now it refused to yield. "Hello?" My voice echoed, thin and small in the enclosed space. No response, only the faint hum, the whispering, almost as if the walls themselves had started to breathe. My flashlight beam bounced across the room, and I noticed something shifting in the corners of my vision. Not a shadow exactly, but a subtle movement in the air, a dark pulse, as if the room itself was aware of me. I stepped back, heart hammering, chest tight. Rational thought told me it was nerves, a trick of my imagination after the previous experiences. But everything about this place screamed otherwise. The air felt thicker, heavier, like it was pressing against my skin. I moved to the window and shone the flashlight out, hoping for something tangible, some grounding sense of the outside world. The yard was empty, silent, mundane. No one watching, nothing moving, and yet the oppressive sensation didn't lift. I turned back to the office. That's when I saw it. Small movements on the walls, almost imperceptible at first. Files shivered in their cabinets. Blinds twitched though there was no breeze, and the papers on the desk rattled lightly, as if something alive was pacing just beneath the surface of reality. I swallowed hard. Okay. Breathe. It's just the building settling. I whispered to myself, hoping repetition might anchor me to logic. But the air grew colder, the hum deeper, and the shadows, small ones at first, began to stretch and pulse, moving against the flow of the flashlight beam. They weren't fixed to corners or objects. They moved independently, like ink and water, pooling and stretching, observing me. I stepped toward the door again, desperate. Maybe if I forced it, the lock would give. But as I approached, the shadows coalesced near the threshold, dark and thick, almost tangible. I hesitated, hand on the handle. The lock rattled under my touch, but it wouldn't open, and then a whisper, soft, unintelligible, came from the corner behind the desk. Not a human voice, not a radio. Something else. I swung the flashlight toward the sound. Nothing. The desk and filing cabinets were still, but the whispering persisted, curling around my ears, circling, impossible to pinpoint. My hand shook violently. I felt the room shift subtly beneath me, just a millimeter, enough to make the floorboards groan unnaturally. I backed up, flashlight scanning the walls, the floor, the ceiling. There was movement everywhere, yet nothing tangible. Every file cabinet, every stack of paper, every shadow seemed to breathe, to flex in response to my presence. The rational part of me screamed to leave. The irrational part, that stubborn part that had driven me back here tonight, whispered that I had to see it, had to understand. I approached the desk again, trying to ground myself in the mundane. Papers, stapler, pens, all normal, yet the desk itself seemed wrong. Its edges blurred slightly, lines wavering as if painted in water. I reached to touch it. My hand passed through the surface, not solid. I jerked back, heart pounding so violently it felt like it would burst my chest. The whispering rose in response, almost excited, curling tighter around my mind. I couldn't focus on it logically anymore. Rational thought fled entirely. The walls themselves seemed to shift, breathing slowly, stretching outward and inward, just enough to make the room feel alive. I stumbled back, flashlight beam flickering, as my hand shook uncontrollably. A sudden movement caught my eye. Something small, dark, coiling at the edge of the desk. I held my breath. It moved again, stretching impossibly, bending around corners, defying physics. I wanted to run, to scream, to throw myself at the door. But the door didn't exist anymore. At least, not in the way I remembered. It was there physically, but behind it, shadows pulsed, wrapping around the handle, whispering, alive. I tried the lock again. Nothing. Tried to pull, push, shake, impossible. The shadows responded subtly, pulsing in time with my heart, reacting, anticipating. It wasn't chasing me. Not yet, but it was aware, and it was patient. I backed into a corner near the filing cabinets, breathing heavily, chest tight, mind racing. The shadows spread slowly, sliding along the walls, pooling near the corners. The whispering circled me, curling around thoughts I hadn't voiced, mocking rationality, eroding my sense of reality. I glanced at the floor. The tiles shifted subtly, as though the room had an uneven pulse. Each movement of the shadows made the floorboards groan, whisper, and it all felt deliberate. I realized then that the office wasn't just occupied by shadows. It was alive. Not alive like a human, not alive like a dog or cat, but conscious, aware, reacting to me. I sank to the floor, flashlight trained on the nearest wall, breathing shallow, trying to steady my shaking hands. The whisper subsided slightly, but the shadows remained, clinging, twisting, waiting. I couldn't move without them adjusting. I couldn't turn without their attention shifting. And I couldn't close my eyes, not for a second, or the sensation of being watched would crawl beneath my skin. Minutes, or maybe hours, I couldn't tell, passed. I sat in the corner, flashlight beam steady but shaking in my hand, breathing forced, trying to convince myself I could leave, that I could step out and escape this room alive. Rational thought was a fragile shell over primal fear. Then, almost imperceptibly, the door clicked. The lock disengaged. I froze, heart hammering, body rigid. Slowly, almost tentatively, I reached for the handle. The shadows didn't move away. They simply pulsed, acknowledging the exit, letting me leave. I stumbled into the hallway, flashlight shaking, chest heaving. The warehouse beyond looked normal, empty, mundane. Security lights flickered weakly. The fog outside hung low, indifferent. The oppressive weight lifted slightly, but only slightly. The office behind me remained alive in my memory, pulsating, whispering, watching. I didn't return to that office again. Not in person. Not in my mind. But sometimes late at night, when the warehouse is quiet, I feel it still, the pulse beneath the floor, the whispers curling around my thoughts, shadows stretching just beyond my vision. And I know without doubt that the office is waiting, patient, aware, alive. No rational explanation fits it. None will, but it is real, and I will never step inside again. The warehouse had grown into something beyond logic in my mind, a place where shadows move of their own will. Whispers curled around my ears, and every step felt like stepping deeper into some slow, patient trap. After the office incident, I told myself I'd stay away. Rationality demanded it. Common sense demanded it. But something, call it curiosity, obsession, or the need for understanding, pulled me back. That night, I returned. The fog outside lay thick, a curtain of gray pressing against the walls like it wanted to crawl inside. I parked the car at the same distance as before, engine off, and walked toward the building. The air smelled damp and faintly metallic, like rain on rusted steel. My flashlight cut a path through the darkness, illuminating the cracked concrete, the piles of debris, the endless aisles of shelving. Everything seemed the same, yet different, as if the warehouse itself had shifted while I was away, growing more aware, more deliberate. I reached the first mirror without thinking. It had been placed oddly, leaning against a column near the shipping entrance. The glass was dusty, streaked with grime, but otherwise unremarkable. I wiped it with my sleeve, expecting nothing, and froze. The reflection wasn't mine. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and looked again. My body was there, yes, standing frozen with flashlight in hand. But behind me, just beyond the beam, a figure lingered. A person, or something resembling a person. Too thin, too tall, stretching slightly, bending in impossible ways. Its head tilted at an angle that felt wrong, unnatural, and yet horrifyingly deliberate. I spun around. The warehouse was empty. Nothing. Not a soul. I stepped back slowly, heart pounding, and looked again. The figure remained, shifting slightly, sliding just a few centimeters closer, as if the reflection itself was alive. I swallowed hard, fingers tightening around the flashlight. Every logical thought screamed it was impossible. Mirrors only reflect reality, right? But this was something else entirely. I moved deeper into the warehouse, flashlight sweeping. More mirrors appeared, stacked against walls, leaning from crates. I hadn't noticed them before, or perhaps they hadn't been there. The first mirror had been an anomaly. Now, mirrors lined the aisles, reflecting endless versions of me, each one slightly off, head turned the wrong way, shoulders slumped unnaturally, shadows stretching where they shouldn't. I approach a mirror near the loading dock, breathing shallow, chest tight. The figure in this reflection didn't just mimic me, it moved independently. It raised a hand, not mine, and tilted its head. My body remained still, frozen with shock. I reached out tentatively, fingertips brushing the glass. The figure did the same, finger to finger, and I jerked back, heart racing. The glass rippled beneath my touch, like water, but solid. I staggered backward, nearly tripping over a crate. The whispering started again, soft at first, curling in circles, unintelligible. My flashlight beam quivered, hands shaking violently. I moved from mirror to mirror, each reflection showing figures I hadn't seen before. Leaning in corners, peering over shelves, standing just beyond the light. They didn't blink. They didn't breathe audibly, but they were aware, deliberate, waiting. I told myself I was hallucinating. Stress, fatigue, isolation, my mind playing cruel tricks. But no rational explanation could account for what I saw. Rational thought was useless. The air felt heavier, thick with the weight of something unseen, something patient. A larger mirror near the back wall caught my attention. I approached cautiously. In it, the reflection was normal at first, just me, flashlight trembling in hand. Then movement behind me. Not in the warehouse, not in reality, but there in the glass. Figures appeared, dozens, stretching infinitely. They moved slowly, sliding across the floor, bending around corners, some crouching, some standing impossibly tall. Their eyes, I can't describe them. Not real eyes, but aware, observing, judging. I stumbled back. My flashlight flickered. The whispering grew louder, wrapping around my thoughts, eroding logic. Every shadow in the warehouse seemed to pulse in response to the mirrors, stretching toward them, feeding off their reflections. I turned away, chest tight, desperate to find grounding. But everywhere I looked, mirrors multiplied, reflections distorted, figures stretching, bending, shifting, appearing where nothing should exist. I tried to move toward the exit. Every step forward was mirrored by figures that didn't exist in the warehouse. A reflection lifted an arm to block me. Another crouched in the corner, waiting. I could see hundreds of them in the mirrored surfaces. Each one a slight variation, a twisted echo of reality. I reached a cracked mirror, leaning against a crate. I hesitated, knowing instinctively that it was the worst place to look. The reflection rippled as I moved closer. My own image appeared, then split again until dozens of versions of me filled the glass. Some smiled at me, impossibly wide, thin-lipped and sharp. Others had faces that melted slightly, edges blurring, shadows pooling beneath their eyes. I backed away, tripping over a wooden pallet. The flashlight clattered to the floor. Light bounced wildly across the mirrors, illuminating dozens of figures, all still, all aware, all waiting. I scrambled to my knees, trembling, trying to recover the flashlight. The figures didn't move, but I could feel them, in some corner of my mind, observing every panic-stricken breath. I finally picked up the light and swept it across the room. Mirrors reflected mirrors, endless halls of impossible figures. Each one moved slightly when I blinked or shifted. None moved in real space, but all moved in the reflections, all aware, all alive. I realized then that the warehouse had become a labyrinth of observation, each mirror a window into another, darker reality, one that existed in parallel, always watching, always waiting. The whispering was louder now, words almost intelligible, curling around my mind, threatening to consume rational thought entirely. Stay, stay. Or perhaps it was look, look. I couldn't tell. My hand shook violently. I wanted to scream, to smash the mirrors, to break them, to escape. But fear rooted me in place. Breaking them felt like it would unleash them fully. I moved cautiously toward the exit, eyes on the mirrors. Each reflection shifted, not in unison, but intelligently. Some figures lifted a hand, as if to reach through. Others leaned closer, tilting their heads unnaturally. The warehouse was no longer just a building. It had become an organism, aware of me, feeding on attention, feeding on observation, feeding on fear. Finally, I reached the outer door. I forced it open, cold air rushing in, the warehouse falling silent behind me. I didn't look back. The mirrors reflected nothing once the door was open. The figures, the whispers, the impossible distortions, they vanished. Or perhaps they simply retreated, waiting, patient. I drove away, heart hammering, chest tight, breathing shallow, praying I could convince myself it was over. But I know it isn't. The mirrors didn't vanish from memory. They linger in my mind's eye, twisting and pulsing, reflecting figures that don't exist. Some nights, when I close my eyes, I see them behind me, in reflections that aren't there, moving in the corners of perception, watching, waiting. The warehouse is alive in those moments, mirrored, infinite, patient. I know I will never return. Not to the building itself, not to the shadows, not to the mirrors. And yet, I feel them still, always, distorting reality in the edges of my vision. I drive past the empty lot now, even in daylight. I don't stop. I don't look. But every reflective surface, every window, every small shard glass along the roadside, I see them, figures of reflection that aren't there, and I remember the warehouse, alive, waiting, infinite. It isn't just a building. It's a mirror of something else. And I don't think I will ever be free from what it reflected. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in my car, parked far from the warehouse, hands clenched around the steering wheel, staring at the empty lot. The building loomed behind the trees, silent, still, yet I could feel it watching, waiting. Every instinct screamed at me not to go back, not to look, not to even think about what I had seen inside. But my mind wouldn't let go. The images of those figures, the distorted reflections, the shadows that pulsed with awareness, they clung to my thoughts like smoke in lungs. By morning, sunlight was sparse and weak, diffused through the heavy clouds overhead. I didn't leave immediately. I stayed, notebook open on the passenger seat, tried to record what I remembered. Each word felt inadequate. The fear, the unnatural movements, the sense of the building itself being alive. It didn't translate onto paper. My hands shook as I wrote, every creak of the car or rustle of leaves setting my nerves on edge. I knew I couldn't stay. I had to continue my patrol. Night would come again, and with it, the roads, the highways, the fog. But the warehouse would remain behind me, lurking in memory. I started the car and drove, headlights cutting through the early morning mist, feeling the hum of the engine like a small anchor in reality. The first call was routine, almost mundane. A stalled vehicle on the shoulder, nothing unusual. My mind should have relaxed, should have let go of the warehouse, but it clung, pulling me back in subtle ways. Every dark shadow along the roadside reminded me of the endless corridors, the mirrored reflections, the whispering walls. I kept my hands tight on the wheel, knuckles white, eyes scanning for anything out of place. Hours passed with nothing unusual, yet the warehouse haunted me. The images were relentless. In quiet moments, I could feel the shadows pressing against my skin, stretching across memory, not reality. I shook my head, tried to focus, tried to breathe, tried to convince myself that the night patrol would be routine. Then came the call from dispatch, an abandoned lot at the edge of town. Nothing but emptiness, they said, but the reports were strange, faint noises, flickering lights. I didn't want to go. Every fiber of my body screamed to ignore it, to turn and drive far, far away. But something inside me, a stubborn, foolish curiosity, pushed me forward. I arrived at the lot just as dusk fell. The wind was low, almost non-existent, and the air smelled damp, metallic, faintly of rust. My flashlight swept across the lot. Empty. Nothing moved. Nothing breathed. But there, against a far edge, I could see shapes shifting in the shadows. The mind wants to rationalize. I told myself it was trees swaying, trash blowing. But my instincts, the part that had survived the warehouse, told me otherwise. I stepped closer. The shape stretched unnaturally, bending with the light, moving just beyond comprehension. My pulse quickened. I tried calling dispatch. Radio static. Just static. Not the usual interference. Not the usual fade in and out. This was deliberate, heavy, as if the air itself resisted communication. Then I saw it, a figure, thin and elongated, moving across the lot. Not fast, not threatening, yet it commanded attention. I shone my flashlight. The figure halted. The light revealed nothing. No one. Nothing physically there. And yet, I could feel its awareness, like a weight pressing down, like breath on the back of my neck. I forced myself to step back, to scan the perimeter. Shadows shifted in response, pulling along the edges, curling around empty crates and abandoned signs. Whispering rose in my ears, almost imperceptible at first, then louder, circling, twisting, echoing words I could not comprehend. I gritted my teeth, focused on a flashlight beam, tried to tell myself I was imagining it, that the warehouse had not followed me, that I was safe. I wasn't. The whispering began to form shapes in my vision, figures dancing just outside the light's reach. Some leaned over the edge of dumpsters, some crouched near the fence, others simply stood, motionless, stretching beyond reason. Their awareness was palpable. I could feel them calculating, observing. I realized then that what had lived in the warehouse hadn't stayed behind. It had followed, waiting in corners, patient, silent, deliberate. I radioed again. Nothing but static. A low, almost melodic hum accompanied the interference. My pulse raced. I backed toward my car, flashlight illuminating every inch in front of me. The figures responded subtly, stretching and bending with the light, always just beyond comprehension. I could feel their attention, aware of every heartbeat, every hesitant step. I climbed into the car, doors locking behind me automatically, though I hadn't touched them. Heart hammering, hands trembling on the wheel, I tried to start the engine. It hesitated, coughed, then roared to life. Headlights cut through the growing darkness. I looked in the rearview mirror. Shadows lingered in the lot, moving slowly, impossibly aware. And then, one by one, they retreated as if satisfied I had acknowledged them. Driving away, I didn't slow. I didn't look back, but the sense of being followed persisted. I could feel it clinging to my mind, a weight on my skull, pressing into the base of my neck. Every side street, every dark alley, every shadow along the road seemed pregnant with awareness. I realized then that escaping the warehouse had not ended it. It had expanded. It was patient, infinite, and always observing. I drove past the city limits, past the streetlights, into darkness that felt solid, oppressive. And still, I could sense the echoes of it, the whispers, the reflections, the awareness lingering. I wanted to scream, to shout, to somehow release the tension clawing at my brain. But voice failed me. Words felt useless against something that existed beyond logic, beyond perception. Hours passed. I patrolled the highways, stopped at small towns, checked on nothing, observed everything. Everything looked normal, empty, mundane. But I knew better. Every reflective surface, a shop window, a puddle, the side of a parked car, threatened to betray the figures that watched from beyond. I tried to avoid looking, but instinct forced my gaze again and again. They lingered there, thin, elongated, patient. By the time I returned to the station, dawn was breaking. The sky was gray, clouds heavy and low, casting a pale light over the streets. I parked in the lot, doors clicking locked behind me. I sat in silence for a long time, gripping the wheel, staring at the empty streets. Tried to convince myself that the night was over, that the warehouse and its horrors were behind me. But I knew they weren't. I walked into the station slowly, each step weighted, careful. Every reflection in the glass doors seemed to stretch unnaturally. Every shadow in the parking lot seemed too still, too aware. Dispatch greeted me, ordinary as ever, unaware of what had stalked the night. I forced a smile, nodded to colleagues, filed my report, all the while feeling the weight of unseen eyes clinging to the edges of perception. That night, When I finally tried to sleep, I could hear faint whispers in my apartment, the low hum of awareness pressing against my thoughts. The warehouse hadn't just followed me. It had expanded, become a shadow of the mind itself, a patient stalker in the quiet corners of perception. I couldn't escape it, not in the city, not on the highway, not in sleep. I realized then that patrols would never be routine again. Every dark corner, every abandoned building, every mirror, every reflection would remind me of what waits, what watches, what waits patiently for the next observer to stumble into its domain. I know I cannot return. I know I should never return. But the knowledge doesn't comfort me. The awareness lingers. The warehouse and its shadows, its whispers, its figures beyond comprehension. They are infinite, patient, and always following, always waiting. And somewhere out there in the night, they are still moving. I will never stop hearing them. I will never stop seeing them. I will never feel safe again. The patrol continues. Always, if you want, I can now help compile all the chapters into a complete 3 to 4 hour script, formatted for seamless YouTube narration with smooth transitions between stories. Do you want me to do that next? I had convinced myself that leaving the motel was the only rational choice. The flickering lights, the whispers, the shadows, they were all signs I wasn't equipped to handle tonight. But duty or stubbornness, or some part of me that refused to admit defeat, kept me from driving off immediately. I stayed. I told myself I would check the second floor, make a final sweep, and leave. A routine check. That was all it was supposed to be. I reached the base of the staircase. The wood was slick from the rain I had tracked in, and the air seemed heavier here, denser. Every instinct I had screamed to stay downstairs, to get back into the car, to drive away before curiosity turned into something dangerous. And yet I climbed, one careful step, then another, each creaking in protest under my weight. The second floor smelled different. Dust, yes, and mildew, but also a faint metallic tang, almost like blood or something older, something decayed. I tightened my grip on the flashlight, its beam cutting through the darkness, illuminating doorways that gaped like open mouths. The flickering lights in the hall above seemed to pulse, uneven, as though syncing with my heartbeat. And then I heard it. Footsteps. Heavy, deliberate. Slow but steady. Echoing across the second floor like someone was pacing, moving with purpose. My pulse jumped. I froze, listening. Each step landed in time with my own dread, making my stomach twist. I told myself it was impossible. The motel was empty. Every room I had checked was abandoned. Every corridor silent. No one could be here. Yet the footsteps continued. Footsteps above me. One step, then another, slow, heavy, echoing through the wooden floors. The sound made the building feel alive, aware, like it was breathing in tandem with whoever or whatever was moving above. I whispered, trying to convince myself, just the building settling, just the boards, nothing else. But the sound didn't match settling. Settling didn't pace. It didn't move deliberately from one end of the hallway to the other. Settling didn't pause, then start again, heavier, closer, as though testing my resolve. I climbed another step, forcing my body to follow what my mind was screaming against. My flashlight beam swept the hallway. Doors lined each side, closed and dark, some with peeling numbers, some cracked open. I stepped forward, careful, letting my ears guide me more than my eyes. The footsteps shifted slightly, pacing now in a small arc, as though circling the space, aware of my presence below. A memory flared in my mind, sharp and unwelcome. My first night on patrol in a rundown apartment building. Chasing a noise I later found was nothing. The fear, the isolation, the feeling of being observed. It all came rushing back, sharper than it had been in years. And now, that same creeping dread pressed down on me again, heavier, insistent. I reached the first room. Door closed. Footsteps directly above. I held my breath, listening. One step, paused, another step. Then silence. I waited, frozen, heart hammering. Hands gripping the flashlight like a lifeline. The silence stretched, too long, thick with expectation. And then Another step. Heavy, deliberate, almost mocking. I whispered again, voice trembling. Who's there? Hello? No reply. Only the slow, echoing steps across the floor above. My stomach nodded. Something wasn't right. Something shouldn't be here. And yet it was patient, observant, waiting. I moved forward, trying to reason with myself. Check the rooms, document findings, report to dispatch. I could do this. I had done it before. But every step made the floorboards groan. Every shadow seemed to twist against me. Every creak and flicker of the light turned ordinary objects into shapes that watched me. The footsteps paused. I froze, flashlight sweeping the hallway. And then they started again, heavier, moving closer to the stairwell. My stomach dropped. Whoever, or whatever, was up there was aware of me, acknowledging me. The idea made my throat tighten. I considered retreating, but my legs moved before my mind could catch up. I had to know, had to see. Step by step, I ascended the rest of the stairs, flashlight beam trembling, sweat running down my temples. The hallway stretched ahead, dark, oppressive. The air smelled metallic now, stronger, making me want to gag. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to focus. Then I saw it, a door at the end of the hall, slightly ajar, moving slightly as if breathing. The footsteps had stopped here. Silence, thick and deliberate, pressed against my ears. I inched closer. My flashlight beam caught the edge of the door. The shadows inside the room shifted unnaturally. I called out again, voice low, steadying myself as best I could. Hello? Anyone here? No reply, only the weight of observation. And then a whisper, not the soft murmurs from the first floor. This was closer, clearer, deliberate. A syllable stretched unnaturally long, curling through the air, brushing against my mind. I felt it as much as I heard it. Presence, awareness, patience. I gripped the doorframe, forcing myself to breathe slowly, trying to anchor myself in reality. Footsteps behind me, or was it above, made me spin. The hall was empty. Shadows clung to corners, twisting, dancing in the flashlight beam. The room at the end remained silent, waiting. I told myself it was the wind. Old buildings make noises. Footsteps echo strangely on wooden floors. Shadows twist with light. Logic, reason, training, they all try to soothe me. But I couldn't shake the certainty that something was here. Watching, patient, observing. The whispers grew louder, curling through the hall, teasing comprehension, teasing understanding I couldn't reach. My pulse raced, my legs shook. Every instinct screamed to leave, to abandon reason and run, but I couldn't move. My eyes were drawn to that door, to the darkness inside, to the sense of waiting that pressed against me. I remember the first floor, the flickering lights, the shadows that moved when I wasn't looking, the tapping. This was connected. The motel wasn't empty. The presence was deliberate, patient, always observing, always waiting. I inched forward, flashlight beam sweeping the threshold. The air was colder here, heavier, pressing against my chest. My throat tightened. I wanted to scream, to call dispatch again, to tell someone, anyone, what was happening. But the words caught in my throat. Another step, above me, slow, deliberate, closer to the edge of the staircase. I froze, heart hammering. My hands gripped the flashlight like a lifeline. The room waited, silent, shadows shifting inside. The air pulsed, almost sentient, and then the step stopped. Silence, thick, heavy, suffocating. I stood there, trembling, listening to my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. The room didn't move. The hall didn't creak. And yet I could feel it. Presence, waiting, observing. I told myself again and again, it's an empty building. You're alone. There's nothing here. But deep down I knew better. The footsteps, the whispers, the shadows, they were deliberate, patient, conscious, and the motel had been waiting for me, watching me, learning me. And whatever it wasn't finished. I backed down the hallway slowly, keeping the door in view. Footsteps above remained silent, yet their absence felt deliberate, as if measuring, judging, acknowledging me. I reached the stairs, hands trembling, flashlight beam shaking. Each step down felt heavier than the last. When I finally reached the first floor, the whispers returned, soft, curling along the walls. The lights flickered gently, then steadied. The motel seemed calm again. Too calm. I didn't stay to test it further. I drove off slowly, rain slicking the lot, heart hammering, mind racing. And even as Pinecrest Motel faded behind me, I could still feel it. The weight of observation, the patient presence, the certainty that the footsteps had belonged to something alive, something aware, something that had been waiting for me above. The hallway was quiet when I stepped back inside the motel, but it didn't feel safe. The lights flickered just enough to make shadows dance across the walls, and the air smelled heavier than before, like damp plaster mixed with something metallic. My boots echoed against the floorboards, each creak sounding louder than it should. My hands were shaking slightly as I gripped my flashlight. I told myself it was just nerves, just the building. Nothing alive should be here. I moved slowly toward the room at the end of the hall, the one with the cracked mirror over the dresser. I had avoided it until now. Something about mirrors in abandoned buildings always felt wrong, like they remembered more than they should, like they reflected not just the room but the unseen. My flashlight beam swept across the floor, over peeling wallpaper, broken furniture, scattered debris. Nothing moved. Nothing breathed. I stepped into the room. The door protested with a slow creak. Dust motes floated in the beam of the flashlight, and the air was thick, clinging to my lungs. The bed was torn, sheets yellowed, the dresser drawers half open. The mirror leaned slightly on the wall. Glass cracked at the corner. I didn't notice it at first. Didn't notice the figure. Then I saw it. A man, or something like a man, stood behind me in the reflection. Not the reflection of me. Not any part of the room. There was no one there. I spun around quickly. The room was empty. My heart jumped, chest tightening, hands gripping the flashlight, so hard my knuckles ached. Nothing. Empty. Silent. The kind of silence that presses in, making your ears ring. I turned back to the mirror. The figure was still there. Tall, shadowed, its features indistinct. The flickering light made it seem alive, but I could tell it wasn't moving in a normal way. Its posture was too rigid, too deliberate. I forced myself to breathe slowly, trying to calm the wave of panic that rose from my stomach. It's a trick of the light, I told myself. Reflections, shadows, your mind playing games. I stepped closer, flashlight trained on the mirror, scanning the room again. Empty, nothing but the cracked mirror, the peeling wallpaper, the broken furniture. My hands were clammy, the beam trembling. I looked back at the mirror. The figure had shifted slightly, its head tilted, as if curious, watching, waiting. I backed up, heart hammering, trying to convince myself that the reflection was an illusion. My mind clung to rational explanations. An old mirror, imperfect glass, flickering lights, fatigue, nerves. Nothing alive could be in here. There's no one, but the reflection insisted otherwise. The figure didn't move like me, didn't mirror my actions. It stood there, silent, patient, observing. I swallowed hard. My mouth felt dry. My pulse thundered in my ears. I realized I had stopped breathing. Slowly, I drew in a deep, shuddering breath, trying to anchor myself to reality. I told myself again, empty building, no one here, just your imagination. I took a careful step back, and the reflection mirrored none of my movements. Its head tilted further, eyes, or shadows where I should be, seeming to focus on me. A whispering started again, soft, curling along the edges of the room, brushing against my mind. Not words, just sound, just intent. I felt it press against me, nudging my thoughts, reminding me I wasn't alone. I tried to leave. Slowly, deliberately, I turned my back on the mirror. My flashlight illuminated the rest of the room. Dust-covered chairs, bed frames, drawers, nothing unusual. Nothing moved. Nothing should have been moving. And yet, the figure lingered in the mirror, separate from the world, separate from me, separate from logic. I froze in the doorway. My mind raced, trying to find something rational, some way to make sense of it. My years on patrol, my training, my experiences with abandoned buildings, strange calls, shadows, none of it prepared me for this. Nothing explained a reflection that existed without a body, a presence that observed without revealing itself. I stepped back just a little, and the figure leaned forward, tilting in a way that made my stomach tighten. It wasn't human, not entirely. The proportions were wrong, elongated, slightly off, like the mirror itself had twisted reality just enough to create something other, something patient, something waiting. I swallowed again, forcing my breath into even, shallow rhythms. My hand shook as I gripped the flashlight. I could feel the weight of the building, the room, the figure in the mirror, pressing against my chest. My pulse felt loud in my ears. I wanted to step forward, to confront it, to prove to myself that it was nothing. But my legs refused. My body refused. The figure leaned closer. A whisper, just at the edge of comprehension, circled the room. A sound that made my head ache, tugging at the corners of memory I didn't want to recall. Something about it felt like a warning, a statement, and a promise all at once. The air grew colder, the walls closing in. My skin crawled, and I realized I couldn't tell if it was a room or the presence doing it. I forced myself to look at the mirror again. The figure's outline was more distinct now. No features, just darkness, twisted proportions, a weight that pressed through the glass. I realized with a sick clarity that it wasn't a reflection. It wasn't part of the room. It existed on the other side of something. Something I couldn't touch, couldn't name, couldn't rationalize. I whispered, almost to myself, "What are you?" No answer. Only the whispering, curling along the walls, brushing my mind. The figure shifted again, tilting its head, leaning slightly toward me. I felt seen, measured, judged, and suddenly I understood this wasn't a being that needed doors or halls. It didn't need a body to occupy space. It only needed the observation, only needed me to notice. I backed up again, heart hammering, legs trembling. My flashlight beam quivered across the room, catching the peeling wallpaper, the broken furniture, the cracked mirror, and still the figure lingered. Patient, observant, separate, I stumbled toward the doorway, forcing my legs to move. My mind screamed at me to leave, to drive away, to forget, and yet some part of me, a part one hated to admit, wanted to watch, wanted to understand, wanted to see what it was. That curiosity twisted into fear, and fear into something darker, a knowledge that I had seen it, and that seeing it meant it had seen me. I reached the hall, flashlight shaking, pulse racing. I glanced back once. The mirror showed the empty room. The figure was gone. The whispers had stopped. The flickering light settled into a steady, dim glow. My body sagged with relief, only to realize it wasn't relief. The awareness remained. The weight of it pressed against me, lingering in the air, clinging to my skin, curling into my thoughts. I forced myself to keep moving, down the hall, down the staircase. My hands were clammy, my mouth dry. I reached the lot, rain beginning to miss again, reflecting the neon sign. I slid into the patrol car, shaking, trying to control my breathing. Engine running. Heater on, lights cutting through the misty lot. I radioed dispatch. Pinecrest Motel. Checked the room with the mirror. Nothing inside. Over. Static. No reply. I exhaled, gripping the wheel, realizing that the motel had been patient tonight. It had allowed me to see, to experience, to acknowledge it. And in doing so, it had measured me, watched me, recorded me. Even as I drove away, leaving the building behind, I couldn't shake the memory of the figure. It existed in the mirror, but also in my mind, separate from reality, yet undeniably real. A presence that had no body, no form I could confront, only observation and intent. And I just knew, that I hadn't seen the last of it. Pinecrest Motel waited, always patient, always observing. And somewhere in the cracked glass of that room, it waited for me again. I had left the motel that night, thinking that distance would erase the dread clinging to my skin. I had driven down the misty highway, headlights cutting to the fog, gripping the wheel like it was my only tether to reality. Each mile felt heavier than the last, my mind replaying the cracked mirror, the whispers, the figure that hadn't been there but had been, all at once. By the time I reached the edge of town, the rain had stopped, leaving a slick, reflective sheen across the asphalt. I wanted to tell myself I was done, that what I had seen, what I had experienced, could be filed away as exhaustion, imagination, or the quirks of a decrepit building. But there was a weight in my chest that refused to lift. It was persistent, patient, as though Pinecrest Motel had followed me. Even now, miles away, I parked in my driveway, engine still humming. I needed to sit, to breathe, to ground myself before stepping inside my house. I opened the door to grab my bag, the damp air clinging to my coat. That's when I saw it. Something on my car. Something that shouldn't have been there. It was small, nearly invisible, if you didn't notice immediately. At first, I thought it was just dirt or residue from the rain. But as I moved closer, I realized it wasn't natural. The shape was faintly human, tiny, twisted, impossibly dark against the pale reflection of my headlights. A miniature figure, crouched across the hood, staring at me with hollow, shadowed eyes. I blinked, and it was gone. My breath hitched. My pulse spiked. I told myself it was exhaustion, my imagination running wild after hours of tension and fear. But a tiny dent remained in the hood where it had crouched. Small, precise, unnatural. It didn't make sense. Nothing living could have been here. Not after the speed I drove. Not in the empty driveway. Not without leaving a trace of sound or motion. I ran my hand across the dent, trembling, trying to anchor myself. It was real, too real to dismiss. My stomach churned. My mind raced back to the motel. The figure in the mirror, the footsteps above, the whispers curling along the walls. It had followed me. Somehow it had followed me. I backed up slowly, scanning the driveway. The street was empty, silent. The night was still, fog curling along the ground. And yet, the weight of being watched pressed down on me again, heavier than any air could carry. I felt it behind me, though the street was empty, though the house was dark and silent. Presence, patient, persistent, observing. I slammed the car door, trying to convince myself to enter the house, to lock the doors, to forget. But something made me pause. I couldn't shake the feeling that leaving the car was the wrong choice. That whatever had touched it, whatever had been there, was waiting, judging, remembering. I glanced back at the hood again. Another shape appeared, darker this time, slightly taller, crouching like a shadow crouched against the ground. Hollow eyes, twisted limbs. I wanted to scream, wanted to run. My legs refused to obey. I stared, rooted in place, flashlight from my pocket trembling in my hands. It shifted, just slightly, but enough to make my pulse spike. Then it vanished, leaving another small, precise dent. A message, a reminder, a warning. I stumbled inside, slamming the door behind me, locked it, checked it twice. Every shadow in the house felt alive. Every creak in the floorboards echoed like footsteps. I told myself to sit, to breathe, to wait for dawn, but sleep didn't come. Not that night, not any night since. The motel had followed me, and it had left a trace, a miniature, impossible fragment of itself in my car, on my life, that refused to leave. I tried to convince myself to call dispatch, to report what had happened. But what could I say? A shadow crouching on my car, disappearing, leaving dents that made no sense? I would sound insane. And yet, the fear in my chest, the weight pressing against my ribs, was proof enough. Something followed me, something patient, something that didn't belong in the world, yet existed within it, tracking me, learning me, waiting for me to notice. Days passed. The dents on my car didn't fade. They were small, subtle, easy to ignore if I didn't look closely. But I always looked closely, always checked, always felt the same tightening in my chest, the same pulse of dread in my stomach, the same certainty that Pinecrest Motel had never truly let me leave. I avoided the highway, avoided the lot where the motel had stood. I drove different routes. I kept the lights on at night, but it was useless. I could feel the awareness lingering, the same patient observation I had felt in the mirror, in the hallway, in the shadows. It didn't need the motel anymore. It had learned me. It had found a way to exist outside the walls, beyond the decaying building. Following in fragments, shadows, whispers, I realized then that I had done the one thing I shouldn't have. I had acknowledged it, seen it, and in seeing it, I had invited it into the rest of my life. Into every reflection, every shadow, every quiet moment when I thought I was alone. It was patient. It was deliberate. And now it had a foothold. I tried to forget, tried to tell myself I had imagined it. Exhaustion, fear, stress, any rational explanation I could cling to, but rationality was useless. The dents on my car, precise and deliberate, were proof enough. They reminded me every time I saw them. Every glance, every moment alone, they pressed into my mind a constant reminder. I had left the motel, but it had not left me. I haven't returned to Pinecrest Motel. I never will. And I know it waits, patient and eternal, wherever it can find me. In reflections, in shadows, in impossible dents on a car hood. It doesn't need the building anymore. It only needs acknowledgement, and I have given it that. Sometimes, late at night, I see shapes in the mirror that aren't mine. Shadows that move against the wall when the lights flicker. Small dents appear on surfaces where nothing should touch. And I know it's Pinecrest Motel. Waiting, patient, observing. I tell myself never to return, never to go back. But I also know that it doesn't matter. The moment I stepped inside, the moment I saw the reflection, the moment I noticed the whispers and the flickering lights, the motel marked me, and I will carry that mark forever in my mind, in my home, in the small, impossible traces it leaves behind. I never returned. I never will. And still, sometimes I wonder if it waits in the shadows, just out of sight, patient, deliberate, learning, watching. It started like any other night shift. I finished my coffee, checked the patrol car, and ran through my usual mental checklist. Lights, radio, siren, everything functioning. The streets were quiet. Too quiet, maybe. A lull that always makes the hairs on your arms stand on end, if you let yourself think about it. Dispatch came through, calm but with a note of urgency I couldn't ignore. Unit 4, we need you to check on the abandoned neighborhood off Cedar Lane. Reports of lights on in homes that shouldn't be occupied. Approach with caution. I gripped the wheel a little tighter. Abandoned homes weren't unusual in this part of town. We got calls all the time from people who had lived here years ago, or just tourists looking for a thrill. But there was something in the tone of that dispatch, a subtle warning underneath the professional calm, that set my nerves on edge. The neighborhood appeared quickly in the headlights. Empty streets stretched out, houses darkened, some boarded up, some peeling with age. Street lights flickered intermittently, giving the impression of movement where there was none. My heart thumped against my chest. I told myself to stay rational. Just check the houses. Make the report. Go home. Simple. I rolled down the windows, letting the cool night air hit my face. A fog had begun to creep along the streets, curling against the car, twisting into shapes my mind didn't want to see. The radio crackled. Static. I frowned. Tried the microphone. Dispatch, do you copy? Silence. Only static. Not the usual white noise, but low, almost whispering sound curling around my ears. The hair on my neck stood straight. I tapped the mic again. Dispatch, Unit 4. Come in. Nothing. I checked the dials, fiddled with the switches. Everything appeared normal. The static persisted, a soft undercurrent of whispers, like multiple voices just out of reach. I felt the hairs on my arms rise higher. The fog pressed closer to the patrol car, cold and damp. I knew better than to ignore my gut, but curiosity kept me rolling forward.